Chapter 35-37. This kid doesn't know what's good for him. If he obediently releases the hostages and kneels down to admit his mistake, I can consider sparing his life. After saying this, he looked down. The red-robed, silver-haired man also looked down. He saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned and said loudly, "You want me to admit my mistake? What a joke. I didn't do anything wrong. Sky Thunder City was the one who bullied me throughout the entire process. I was just defending myself. If I have to kneel down, it should be you from Sky Thunder City." Lin Xian's attitude was very firm. He doesn't know what's good for him. The fourth heaven sage snorted coldly. "Fu Hongya, did you see that? I didn't want to attack him. He's the one who doesn't know what's good for him. Is that so? Why do I admire him? I feel that he's not afraid of power. His courage is commendable."
What do you mean by that?
"Do you really want to go against Sky Thunder City? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" At this point, the winged thunder hand appeared behind the fourth heaven sage's back and the thunder scepter appeared in his hand. It was formed from the great Tao of heaven and earth. Its power was unparalleled. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" The silver-haired man narrowed his eyes. His eyes emitted a shocking light. In the next moment, he flipped his finger and a red leaf appeared on his fingertip. There was a sharp sword drawn on the red leaf. Although it was just a leaf, it made the fourth heaven sage feel like he was facing a great enemy. He hurriedly summoned a lightning god's shield, and the thunder battle armor appeared on his body as well. Many people appeared in the surroundings again. They were the people from Dragon Valley, 8 Desolation Hall, and Vermilion Bird Palace. The people from the 9 Nether tribe also rushed over and tried to persuade them. Among them, an expert from Dragon Valley walked out and said, "This fellow Taoist must be an expert from the second astral realm. I wonder which saint city you're from?" He was naturally asking the red-robed, silver-haired man. "I'm Fu Hongya from Wushuang City." Wushuang City. Everyone was shocked. This was a major force from the second astral realm. It was the second saint city that they heard about after Sky Thunder City. The expert from Dragon Valley smiled. "So it's a fellow Taoist from Wushuang City. I have some 10,000-year-old spirit tea here. I hope you can come over and have a taste." "That's right, Tao friend. This is their Sky Thunder City's matter. Why don't we let them settle it themselves?" Was the Dragon Valley going to intervene? The crowd was shocked, but Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. How shameless. That sounded fair, but how could he solve it himself? Let a fourth heaven sage attack a first heaven sage? He immediately snorted coldly. "Since you know that this is a matter of the Sky Thunder City and has nothing to do with your Dragon Valley, then why did you jump out? Are you qualified to meddle in my affairs? Brat, you really don't know what's good for you, right?" The expression of the Dragon Valley expert also darkened. "I was advising you out of goodwill." Trying to persuade him out of goodwill? Lin Xian sneered. "I can't tell what good intentions you have. You pulled the expert away and let a level 4 celestial layer attack me. Is this kindness? I think you're just heartless and unscrupulous. Impudent. You're courting death." He was furious, and a biting cold killing intent appeared on his body. "Kid, do you believe that I can destroy you without the Sky Thunder City's help?"
Why?
Are you angry from embarrassment? Didn't you jump out to curry favor with the Sky Thunder City? Didn't you want to enter the second astral realm and enter the Sky Thunder City? Why do you speak so righteously for your own selfish interests? Why are you helping me? What a joke. Also, do you really think you can kill me? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. The Dragon Valley's sage wasn't a fourth heaven sage, but a third heaven sage. How could such a sage be so arrogant in front of him? Do you really think that you can contend against a third-layer sage? You're acting recklessly. The Dragon Valley expert was also furious, and the killing intent on his body became even colder. You're just relying on your cultivation to be arrogant. You've only lived for a few thousand years. If we're at the same level, there's no difference between killing you and killing you. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to fight with the Dragon Valley again, and his attitude was still as arrogant as before. "Reckless kid, no wonder you offended the Sky Thunder City. Seems like you're really hopeless. Today, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of you, an ant. The Dragon Valley expert was thoroughly enraged, and the surrounding people sneered. First, he went against the Sky Thunder City alone. Now, he's going against the Dragon Valley. Is he tired of living? You want to use me to curry favor with the Sky Thunder City? You've got the wrong idea. If you dare to jump around in front of me again, I'll kill you as well. Lin Xian's eyes were also filled with incomparable killing intent. He didn't have a good impression of the Dragon Valley because both sides had a grudge to begin with. Good. Kid, since you said so, don't blame me for taking action. The Dragon Valley's sage walked out directly. Crackling sounds came from his body, and a huge hand came out and slapped forward. That palm brought with it unparalleled power, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, and enveloped Lin Xian. The Dragon Valley was the bloodline of the dragons, and their physique was extremely strong. Shameless old dog indeed. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian grabbed Lei Qianzhong's head with one hand, and clenched his other hand into a fist, and punched forward. Boundless flames danced on his fist, converging to form a sun. It blasted over, giving people an itchy feeling.
Boom. Boom.
The fist and the palm collided in the sky, and the violent aura spread out in all directions. After the exchange, both of them retreated at the same time. Everyone was stunned. The opponent's physique was actually comparable to a sage's. Moreover, this was an expert from the Dragon Valley. Dragons were super strong, and they were much stronger than ordinary Third Heaven sages. But now they couldn't do anything to the opponent. Is this what you used to show off in front of me? Not much. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. The Dragon Valley sage was going crazy. I'll definitely kill you. He was completely enraged. If he didn't kill his opponent, he would lose face.
Die.
The Dragon Valley's sage roared, and his dragon blood surged. Together with the laws of heaven and earth, it formed 36 rays of light. Like 36 dragon spears, they directly pierced down. These rays of light were too bright, and they carried a terrifying power that made people tremble. Even a Third Heaven sage would be instantly pierced through. 36 dragon generals filled the sky, and they were invincible. They directly enveloped Lin Xian. Dragon Blood Divine Spear. It seemed like the Dragon Valley sage was really angry. He used such a terrifying technique right from the start. Facing such a terrifying technique, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He snorted, and a dragon's roar came from his body. Then, 81 rays of sword qi rushed out from his body. Chapter 35-38. Each of the 36 dragon spears was extremely terrifying, but Lin Xian's sword qi was even more terrifying. Furthermore, the number of sword qi was twice that of the opponent's. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the 81 sword qi destroyed the 36 dragon spears. The remaining sword qi also attacked the Dragon Valley sage. As expected, the Dragon Valley sage roared and waved his dragon fist. It hit the sword qi and made a clanging sound. His fist was actually cut open. Dragon blood flowed out and dyed the sky red. He was also pushed back by this power. In a simple exchange, he was injured. Moreover, he was in a very sorry state. He couldn't stand it. With a roar, he took out a real dragon spear. It was a sacred weapon. He was the expert who fought with Mu Bai with a sacred weapon. Now that he was facing Lin Xian, he took out his sacred weapon again. A terrifying Saint Path aura spread out and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone frantically retreated. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and then sneered. Sacred weapons are really shameless.
Why?
You can't beat someone of the first celestial level, so you want to take out a sacred weapon? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? No one will say anything if I kill you. The Dragon Valley sage's face was extremely cold. This time, he had to kill Lin Xian even if he lost face.
Boom.
He waved his dragon spear and pierced the sky. It was as if a real dragon was dancing between heaven and earth. Oh no, that kid is in danger. That's right. The Dragon Valley sage was originally a 3rd celestial level, and with his sacred weapon, He was comparable to a fourth celestial level. No matter how strong that kid was, he couldn't beat him. That was for sure. He would probably be completely killed this time. Everyone was discussing. The people of the Dragon Valley and Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. The people of Sky Thunder City, also, had a cold look. It seemed like they didn't need to do anything. Someone else could kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. To kill him, they took out a sacred weapon. However, did they think that a sacred weapon could kill him? How naive. Competing with weapons? He wasn't afraid of anyone. He took out the Great Sage Pagoda and threw it forward. The Great Sage Pagoda enlarged in the sky like a huge mountain and shattered the void.
Boom.
Clanging sounds rang out, and the world began to rumble. Countless large cracks spread out in all directions. The onlookers felt their scalps go numb from the shock. Some of them vomited blood, and many of them quickly opened their saint domains. The intense rumbling continued for a long time. There was chaos in the world before it gradually calmed down. When everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. They saw a pagoda blocking the dragon spear. Not only was he not killed, he even managed to block the attack. Everyone was stunned, because in their opinion, there was no way he could block that attack. However, the truth was beyond their expectations. Not only was the young man still alive, he even managed to block the dragon spear. Damn it, what was that pagoda in that kid's hand? He was actually able to block a saint artifact. It must be another kind of saint artifact. This kid actually has a saint artifact in his possession. Everyone went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian's trump card to be so deep. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley were also taken aback. Their eyes were filled with shock. The fact that his opponent had a saint artifact in his hand made him feel incredulous. Damn it, who exactly is this kid? However, he couldn't care less. Both sides had already fallen out, and he had to kill Lin Xian. Kid, I didn't expect you to have a saint artifact. This is really surprising. However, it's a pity that your cultivation is too low. You can't unleash the power of the saint artifact. Once you die, this saint artifact of yours will be mine. Now I'll show you what the difference in cultivation level is. The Dragon Valley Saint sneered. The dragon blood in his body surged, and his power erupted. The dragon spear in his hand flickered with dazzling Dao runes, and a huge dragon's voice rang out. The surroundings started to sink, and the terrifying cracks spread out again. It was too terrifying. The saint artifact was awakening. Everyone's scalps went numb. They knew that the Dragon Valley Saint was right. The difference in cultivation level caused the power of the saint artifact to be different. Even if Lin Xian had a saint artifact, he probably wouldn't be able to fight against the Dragon Valley Saint. Old man, you're overconfident. However, you're right about one thing. When you die, your dragon spear will be mine. Lin Xian sneered and opened the Great Sage Pagoda. A ball of flame came out and swept forward. Whoosh! The moment the flame appeared, it released a terrifying heat. Everyone's expression changed. Not good. The Dragon Valley Saint's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too late. He was too careless. He didn't expect that there would be such a strange flame in the Great Sage Pagoda. Therefore, he was too close, and it was too late for him to retreat. The flame inside was the universe's starry fire. The moment it appeared, it enveloped the Dragon Valley Saint. The Dragon Valley Saint roared and waved his dragon spear. He opened a crack and escaped. However, his body was still affected by the heat. One of his arms was burned to ashes, and a large scorch mark appeared on his body. That terrifying flame caused half of his body to burn.
Ah!
A miserable scream was heard, and it made everyone's scalp tingle. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. A third Heaven Sage was actually burned to the point of hovering between life and death. There was no way for him to resist at all. How could this be? The people of Dragon Valley went crazy. Elder! They roared crazily. Some wanted to get closer, while others spat out water. However, the water evaporated into white mist as soon as it got close. Those who wanted to help were also ignited. They screamed in pain. For a moment, No one dared to move forward.
Boom.
At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. He waved the Great Sage Pagoda again and smashed it forward. The Great Sage's weapon was terrifying. Although Lin Xian couldn't unleash its full power, it was already very scary. It was as if an immortal mountain had descended from the heavens, slamming into Saint Longu and sending him crashing to the ground. With a boom, his body was blasted into a pile of flesh and blood.
Ah.
I want you dead. Saint Longu roared crazily. He started to burn his dragon blood, wanting to fight back. You want me dead? You don't have the chance. Now, you can go to hell for me. Lin Xian sneered and opened the Great Sage Pagoda again. Another ball of starry fire flew out. This time, it completely ignited the Dragon Valley Saint. The Dragon Valley Saint screamed. In the end, he abandoned his body and escaped with his soul. However, he couldn't escape. The starry fire burned his soul. In the end, it turned into ashes and scattered on the ground. The entire world was silent. Everyone was spitting, their faces full of fear.
Dead.
Chapter 35-39. Everyone was completely stunned. They could not believe that a dignified third heavenly layer sage had actually been defeated. Moreover, he had been completely annihilated. This was simply like a fantasy story. The fourth heavenly layer sage of Sky Thunder City was stunned as well. His face turned cold. To be honest, he was extremely shocked. What kind of flame was Yi Chen's flame? It gave him goosebumps. Sky flame, that's the sky flame. Someone finally screamed. What? Sky flame? That kind of flame from the underground world? How could he have it? Screams rang out one after another. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Sky flame, that was a flame that even minor saints didn't dare to get close to. But now it was used by Yi Chen. It's really unbelievable. That's right. Looks like you guys are quite knowledgeable. This is the sky flame. Lin Xian sneered. He looked at the fourth heavenly layer sage of Sky Thunder City again. Didn't you want to attack me? Come on, I'll take it. Damn it. The Sky Thunder City's sage's face turned ugly. Even minor saints didn't dare to touch the flame. Was he going to take it head-on? What a joke. Although he was powerful, he hadn't even reached the minor saint realm. He couldn't resist the flame. He was in a dilemma. Trash. You knew that I was a first heavenly layer sage with a weak cultivation base, so you wanted to bully me. Now that you know that I have a heaven-defying divine flame, you don't dare to attack me? You think that I'll let you go if you don't attack me? I'll let you have a taste of it today. The feeling of using strength to bully others. Don't you like to be high and mighty and use your strength to crush your opponents? Fine. I'll use the sky flame to crush you. I'll let you taste the taste of despair. Damn brat. How dare you? The fourth heavenly layer sage roared. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? He waved his hand and burned Lei Qianzhong into ashes. What a pity. Lei Qianzhong, the genius of the second heavenly layer, didn't even have time to scream before he was burned into ashes. The others went crazy. Was Lei Qianzhong dead? They felt their scalps go numb. This was too unreal. It was like a dream. The Sky Thunder City's saints' pupils constricted. You dare to kill my junior brother? He was crazy, really crazy. Lin Xian sneered. So, what if I killed your junior brother? Not only will I kill your junior brother, but I will also kill you. He was already furious. Whether it was Lei Qianzhong or this fourth layer saint, they had never put him in their eyes and wanted to take his life as they wished. How could he be soft-hearted? With a wave of his hand, the Great Sage Pagoda opened directly. Terrifying starry fire flew out, vast and boundless, engulfing everything in its path. Not good. I can't take it head-on. Retreat quickly. The level 4 sage's expression changed as he quickly retreated. Brat, just you wait. If you dare to kill the people of my Sky Thunder City, I will definitely not let you off. The fourth heaven sage quickly left. He was prepared to find another opportunity to make his move.
Wang.
A long spear descended from the sky, cutting off the other party's path. With a clang, He collided with the dragon's spear, and his body trembled. Damn it, another saint weapon, another saint weapon. Lin Xian held the dragon spear in his left hand and waved it quickly. With the great sage pagoda in his right hand, he controlled the starry fire to chase after the saint. This scene was too shocking. A level 4 sage was here to suppress everything, but now he was being slaughtered, scared witless. It could be said that there was no door in heaven, no door in hell. This scene caused everyone to panic. In the end, he was surrounded by flames and finally panicked. No, I beg you, spare my life. Half of his body had already been burned and had just healed. However, he could not resist at all. He could only beg for mercy. Spare your life? Ha ha ha. What did I just hear? Are these the words of a high and mighty level 4 sage? Didn't you come here looking like a god, wanting to control my life? Why are you begging for mercy now? Lin Xian sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. If you had this attitude from the beginning, I definitely wouldn't have killed you. But now, don't you think it's too late? Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. The level 4 sage roared. Endless thunder laws burned on his body. He swallowed 2 pills, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning. The terrifying thunderbolt power turned into a thunderbolt sword, which he held in his hand.
Die.
The sword slashed down, shaking heaven and earth. At this moment, the saint's strength was equivalent to a level 5 sage. It could be said that this method was really heaven-defying. But so what? Even a small sage was afraid of the starry fire, let alone the saint. In the endless karmic fire, the saint's thunder god's sword was directly enveloped and burned into nothingness. As for the level 4 sage of Sky Thunder City, his soul was also burned to ashes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The remaining starry fire returned to the Great Sage Pagoda. Lin Xian held the Great Sage Pagoda in his right hand and the dragon spear in his left hand, sweeping in all directions. Who else was not convinced or wanted to stand up for Sky Thunder City? The surrounding people were silent, not daring to speak at all. For a moment, the silence was terrifying. Lin Xian snorted and turned to leave.
Wait.
Suddenly, the people of Dragon Valley spoke. Lin Xian stopped and turned his head. Do you want to die? Feeling Lin Xian's aura, the people of Dragon Valley were stunned and speechless for a long time. It was only after Lin Xian had left that they realized what had happened. Damn it, he had taken away our sacred artifact. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he control our saint weapons? These people are all crazy. They wanted to stop Lin Xian and ask for their saint weapons back, but Lin Xian had just killed a level 4 sage. His murderous aura was too strong. They did not dare to fight against him at all. Because of this hesitation, their saint weapons were taken away. The people of 9 Netherbird Clan, Vermilion Bird Palace, and 8 Desolate Palace felt their scalps go numb. Sky Thunder City had lost 2 Sky Prides. One was a level 3 Sky Pride, and the other was a level 4 sage. It was definitely a huge shock. How are they going to explain this? The people of Thunder City would definitely be angry. At that time, millions of corpses would be floating and blood would flow for thousands of miles. No, I must catch that kid and kill him. That's right, so what if he's strong? The thread is the flame in his hand. As long as I can block that flame, I can kill him. These people did not stop. Instead, they were prepared to send more experts. Sure enough, before long, a real minor saint from 9 Netherbird Clan appeared. In addition, 8 Desolate Palace and Vermilion Bird Palace each had a minor saint. Meanwhile, the Dragon Valley sent out 2 little saints. They must take back their saint weapons. Not only that, but they also wanted to cut Lin Xian into pieces. 5 minor saints gathered in Alchemy Valley. They were ready to join forces. 5 minor saints joining forces was such a big scene that the people of Alchemy Valley went crazy. What kind of power was this? 5 minor saints joining forces could definitely destroy everything. Not only that, but this time, the 9 Netherworld clan also provided a saint artifact, the clear water bottle. Chapter 3540. 5 minor saints, together with the other saints, formed an army. Their strength was enough to terrify everyone. The minor saints of the 8 Desolation Hall held an 8 trigrams plate and divined the heaven secrets. Soon, they locked onto a direction and quickly activated it. On the other side, Lin Xian left after killing Lei Qianzhong and the 4th heavenly layer saint of Sky Thunder City. After leaving, he heaved a sigh of relief. This time it was too dangerous. Even a 4th heavenly layer saint had appeared. Fortunately, he had a trump card. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape the 4th heavenly layer saint's pursuit. Sky Thunder City, huh? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. If he were to go to the 2nd astral realm in the future, he would have to be careful of the Saint City. At the same time, he was curious. That Fu Hongya and Wushuang City seemed to be in existence that wasn't weaker than Sky Thunder City. He wondered why the holy cities had sent people here. It seemed like something big was about to happen. Mu Bai and Meng Meng had already met up with Lin Xian. The 3 of them were resting in a hidden mountain range. As for what was going on, Mu Bai shook his head. He wasn't sure. He said, Hall Master Lin, after this matter is over, you should head to the 2nd astral realm. The 2nd astral realm? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It made sense. He had met many people in the 1st astral realm. Among them, the strongest enemy was his old enemy, the Great Devil. It was a life and death battle. Other than that, there was Yan Nantian, who was also a strong opponent. If he hadn't broken through to the Saint realm in advance, it was hard to say who would have won. Now, he was very strong. He had many secret arts and saint weapons. In the 1st astral realm, there were no geniuses who could be compared to him on the ancient path of stars. Now, those who were fighting with him were the older generation experts, including 4th heavenly layer saints. Therefore, it was time for him to head to the 2nd astral realm. In the 2nd astral realm, Lei Qianzhong had reached the 3rd heavenly layer saint before he was 1,000 years old. He could imagine that there were even more saints and geniuses in that world. That was the place he wanted to go. It was the ancient path of stars that he had to walk to become a sovereign. While he was thinking about it, He Shan sent a voice transmission. Run, someone was chasing after them.
Someone?
Lin Xian was stunned. He Shan would only warn him if it was an ordinary enemy, but He Shan's tone was so anxious right now. One could only imagine how terrifying this person was. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He kept forming seals with his palms, forming a 5 elements formation and pressing it on the ground. The 5 elements formation contained his aura. Furthermore, there was a 5 elements mirror within the formation. After he finished setting up the formation, he waved his hand and brought Mu Bai Meng with him. He used the void escape technique and disappeared into the void. At the same time, they completely concealed their auras. Just as they left, the void shattered and countless figures descended. Among them, 5 were extremely powerful. It was as though a heavenly god had locked down the void, causing the entire starry sky within 1,000,000 miles to sink into oblivion. No one? The 5 godlike figures swept their gazes across the land, and the laws of heaven and earth danced in the air. They frowned. One of them took action, directly blasting through the great earth, grabbing out the 5 elements formation. It seemed that he had been discovered and escaped. He can't escape from us. From the looks of it, he should have left not long ago. Let's chase after him. The 5 minor saints' figures flickered, and they sped off, followed by the other experts behind them. Heaven and earth were in chaos. In another part of the void, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. What happened? Mu Bai and Meng Meng were stunned. My 5 elements formation was broken in an instant. I left a mirror in the formation, so I could see what was happening in that place. What did you see? Mu Bai was puzzled. With Lin Xian's strength, what kind of scene could make him so surprised? I saw 5 minor saints and more than 30 saints.
What?
5 minor saints. Meng Meng sucked in a breath of cold air, and Mu Bai's face darkened. Damn it! Which power was it that dared to send so many minor saints?
He was too shocked.
When a minor saint came, they would have fled in fear. let alone 5 minor saints. This was definitely a one-way kill. Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Palace, Dragon Valley, and 9 Swimmers team had joined hands. Lin Xian's voice was filled with boundless killing intent. Damn it! These people still haven't given up? Let's go. Quickly cover up our auras. Lin Xian fled quickly, because he felt that danger was approaching. Sure enough, no matter where they fled to, someone would find them. If it wasn't for Lin Xian's spatial divine ability that allowed him to escape through the void, they would have been surrounded long ago. After a few times, Meng Meng and Mu Bai felt a lingering fear. Lin Xian's face became colder. What's going on? How could they find us every time? Someone must be divining the heavenly secrets, using your aura to lock on to our location. Divining the heavenly secrets? Lin Xian frowned. This was really a terrifying method. Is there a way to cut off the heavenly secrets? Lin Xian asked. I have a way. Mu Bai took out a few jade pendants and gave them to Meng Meng and Lin Xian. Then, he put them on himself. These are our jade pendants that can cut off the heavenly secrets. Lang Istar was a sect that divined the heavenly secrets, so they definitely had this kind of reverse divination method. Sure enough, after the 3 of them put on the jade pendants, the uneasiness in their hearts seemed to disappear. On the other side, the 5 little saints were moving quickly, but suddenly, one of them stopped. The others also stopped. What's going on? Why aren't they moving? The little saints of Dragon Valley frowned and asked. They were the most anxious. Their opponent's aura had disappeared. The 8 Desolate Palaces little saint frowned. He was also a little saint, and he was the one who divined Lin Xian's location. But now, he couldn't do it anymore. The heavenly secrets were cut off, and the opponent should have a magical treasure on him. Damn it! Could it be that we can escape from him? They gritted their teeth.
Saint Longgoose said to let us try.
He has our saint weapon, and we don't believe that he can completely erase the mark on it. Having said that, the 2 little saints of Dragon Valley formed hand seals to communicate with the dragon spear. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. But soon Lin Xian frowned again. Damn it! The dragon spear has changed. He realized that the saint weapon he got from Dragon Valley was shaking violently, as if it wanted to pierce through the void. What's going on? Has the soul mark been erased? Saint weapons were different from ordinary weapons. Just erasing the soul mark wasn't enough. Some saint weapons had their own soul and life. Some had been refined by the little saints for hundreds or even thousands of years and had already merged with their blood. Chapter 3541. Lin Xian took out the dragon spear and threw it into the Great Sage Pagoda. Let the void flame refine it. The moment the dragon spear entered the Great Sage Pagoda, it was engulfed in flames. Then, blood mist filled the air and a painful dragon roar could be heard. Lin Xian snorted and closed the Great Sage Pagoda. He cast a few seals and it should be enough. As expected, the 2 minor saints of the Dragon Valley cursed angrily. They could no longer feel the connection between the saint weapons. This made them extremely depressed. The 5 minor saints looked gloomy, but they did not give up. Instead, they prepared to split up and conduct a thorough search. Each minor saint led a team and set off quickly. The 5 minor saints were connected to each other and could teleport at any time. In this way, they could cover a wide area. Lin Xian was temporarily out of danger. Mu Bai said, Palace Master Lin, why don't we return to the Langistar? Yes, it's too dangerous out there. Moreover, it seems like something big is going to happen in the 2nd star realm. It's better to go back. Lin Xian nodded. He felt that it was about time to go back. However, he said, I can go back, but not now. Let's wait a little longer. Those people still dare to kill me. I won't let them go. Palace Master Lin, don't be impulsive. Those are 5 minor saints. Although you have a strange flame, they must have a way to deal with you since they dared to hunt you down. Don't worry, I won't clash with them. I can't kill the 5 minor saints, but what about the other saints? It's not the first time they came to kill me. I will let them know the price of killing me. Following that, Lin Xian revealed his plan to the others. The two of them gasped. Lin Xian's plan was simple. They would split into two teams. Meng Meng and Mu Bai would be in one team, and they would head to the nest of these people. In other words, they would launch a sneak attack at the base of the Alchemy Valley. Of course, it was impossible for the two of them to launch a sneak attack with their strength. They couldn't defeat so many saints. Lin Xian did not plan to let the two of them fight. Instead, he planned to use the Void Flame to launch a sneak attack. As for him, he stayed here to deal with the hunting team. The Starry Sky Flame was extremely terrifying. Unless it was a sacred artifact, it would be impossible to withstand it. Lin Xian currently had 3 saint artifacts in his possession: the Great Sage Pagoda, the Great Destruction Spear, and this Dragon Spear. Among them, the Spear of Great Destruction and the Dragon Spear were both offensive weapons that could not withstand flames. He couldn't give the Great Sage Pagoda to the two of them, so he decided to use the 3 quasi-sage artifacts. Then, he used his own dragon-shaped sword Qi to seal it so that it could contain the void fire. He tested it out and found that these 3 half-saint tools could be stored temporarily. In other words, they could only be used once. It could also store void space, but it could only be stored for 3 days. After 3 days, the 3 quasi-sage tools would be unable to withstand the might of the flame and would instantly crack. However, 3 days was enough for Meng Meng and Mu Bai. Therefore, Lin Xian began to prepare to use the 3 quasi-saint artifacts. These artifacts were made by the 9 Netherbird clan. Lin Xian had obtained them from the 9 Netherbird clan saint. At this moment, he had filled the quasi-sage artifacts with his dragon-shaped sword Qi. This was equivalent to adding another layer of defense. After he was done, he opened the Great Sage Pagoda and poured some Starry Sky Flame into it. Then he handed it over to Mu Bai and Meng Meng. Mu Bai and Meng Meng did not dare to delay and quickly flew towards the Golden Fire Plane with their shields. After they were completely gone, Lin Xian began his plan. He set up a formation and placed it in the void. Then, he released a strand of his Qi and hid in the void to escape. As expected, the 8 Wind Palace's small saint immediately noticed it. He immediately summoned the other 4 small saints to chase after him. He even took the lead. Soon he arrived at that place. However, he found that there was no one there. Moreover, they found another formation. Damn it! The 8 small saints broke the formation with a palm strike and continued to explore with the 8 trigrams. On the other side, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. The formation was broken. His formation not only allowed him to see the scene in the distance clearly, but it could also be used to mark these people after it was broken. Although he did not know the heavenly secret divination technique, he could use the formation to mark the location of these people. Now that he had the heavenly secret divine eyes, these people were like bright lamps in the dark night. Humph! Since you want to hunt me down, you'll have to suffer my wrath. Lin Xian opened and closed his palms. The 5 elemental laws gathered and formed a 5-star bow. He held the bow in his hand. With his right hand on the bow, a dragon-shaped sword Qi shot out and turned into an arrow. Then, he used a half-step sacred tool and the dragon-shaped sword Qi to create the forbidden tool that carried the Starry Sky Flame and placed it on top of the sword Qi. He pulled the bow and released the arrow. The arrow danced in the sky, piercing through the void at high speed. Lin Xian's target was the small saints that he had marked earlier. In the distance, the 8 Wind Palace's small saint was performing a divination. Beside him were 9 small saints. They were also looking around. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. A violent energy was flying towards them. It was so sharp. What was that? These people all sensed it, especially the 8 Wind Palace's small saints. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. The void in the distance was torn open. A ray of light that looked like a shooting star streaked across the sky. The void within 1,000,000 miles was cut open. It's coming for us, the small saints exclaimed. The 8 Wind Palace's small saint also snorted coldly. Stupid. He raised his hand and threw a palm forward. With a boom, the palm collided with the sword Qi, shattering Sword 7. Not only that, the sacred tool that was attached to the sword chi was also shattered. The starry sky flame flew out instantly. With a boom, it spread in all directions. The palm of light was immediately pierced through. The small saints below also cried out in pain. When they were touched by the starry sky flame, their bodies were immediately pierced through. The flames instantly ignited on their bodies. Oh no, it's the starry sky flame. Damn it, it's that kid. For a moment, screams and wails were heard everywhere. The Eight-Wind Palace's small saint was also hit by the flame. He shouted coldly. The laws on his body formed a terrifying torrent to resist the flame. It's so scary. I can't extinguish the flame in a short time. The small saint was shocked. His strength was so terrifying that he could kill a small saint in the blink of an eye. But now, he couldn't extinguish the flame easily. One could imagine how powerful the starry sky flame was. But in the end, he still managed to extinguish it. Because there weren't many starry sky flames. Although he was able to withstand it, the sages behind him were unable to do so. 4 of the small saints were burned to death in an instant. 3 of them were injured. The other 2 were also affected and were in an incomparably sorry state. Chapter 35-42. In an instant, so many of them were killed. It could be said that the casualties were heavy. The minor saint of the Eight-Wind Palace was instantly enraged. Damn it! Cold light burst out from his eyes. Terrifying energy bombarded the space of millions of miles. However, Lin Xian had already left, and he could no longer lock onto his position. This made him mad. Not long after, the other 4 minor saints arrived with their men. However, when they saw the scene, their faces became extremely ugly. Damn it, that kid has a terrifying flame in his hand. He's tricking us. We must be careful. I guess he won't be too far away from us. Let's do it quickly. These people set off again, but what followed was a series of miserable screams. Every time they captured Lin Xian's trace, they would find a formation. Sometimes, the formation would crack, and sometimes, it would burst into flames. Sometimes, terrifying arrows would fly from afar, carrying the terrifying sky fire, and explode, making them extremely miserable. Apart from the 5 minor saints, the others were more or less injured. Whenever they put up their defenses, took out their sacred weapons, and even took out their clear water bottles, Lin Xian seemed to have disappeared mysteriously. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. They couldn't be in a defensive state all the time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find him at all. Moreover, it would be too embarrassing if word got out. With so many minor saints and more than 30 minor saints, they were fooled by a first heaven cultivator. However, once they pursued, they would be threatened by the sky fire. The number of minor saints in their hands decreased, and many of them were directly burned to ashes. It could be said that it was extremely miserable. On the other side, the 2 minor saints, Meng Meng and Mu Bai, quickly returned to the Alchemy Valley. They found the base camp of these people, and without saying anything, they threw 3 forbidden weapons at them. After the forbidden weapons cracked, they turned into monstrous flames, making those people scream miserably.
Ah!
Who dares to sneak attack us? Tear him into pieces. No. Damn it, retreat quickly. This is the sky fire. What? Sky fire? Could it be that that guy is back? Damn it, weren't the 5 minor saints chasing after him? How could he come back? For a moment, screams, madness, and roars were heard in the base camp. But Meng Huan and Mu Bai had already left. The fire came very suddenly, and they were not prepared at all. Moreover, the fire was very fierce, so the losses were even more severe. The entire Alchemy Valley was in an uproar for a while. No one had expected that the Geo clan, an alliance of so many powerful sects, would still end up like this. On the other side, the 5 little saints and the remaining 10 saints had chased after him for 3 days and 3 nights, but to no avail. They could only return. There was nothing they could do about it. More than 20 sages had already fallen. If this continued, The remaining sages would probably fall as well. In the end, only the 5 commanders were left. This made their hearts bleed. They could only return and make further plans. However, when they returned to their base camp, they were even more shocked. They could not believe it at all. The originally luxurious and majestic base camp was now in ruins. It was basically completely destroyed. Countless cries of agony could be heard in the surroundings. Every single one of them was covered in wounds and charred black. There was even the smell of barbecued meat.
What's going on?
What's happening? These people roared crazily. Elder, this is bad. That kid sneaked up on us. He attacked us with the astral fire. Many of us did not manage to escape at all and were burned to ashes. Those people were almost crying as they spoke. That was indeed the case. Nearly half of them had been burned to ashes, and the remaining people were more or less injured.
What?
That kid sneaked up on you? How is this possible? Saint Wuzun was also stunned. Haven't we been chasing that kid all this time? Hasn't that kid been dealing with us all this time? How could he still come over and sneak up on our base camp? Damn it, did that kid use a clone? They did not know about this, but they were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. This battle was a complete defeat. Their base camp was attacked, and half of their experts were killed. The team they brought out had 5 little saints who were still intact, but they lost more than 20 saints. In addition, the remaining 10 saints were also injured. It could be said that they had suffered a crushing defeat. When the others heard the news, there was an uproar. The news quickly spread throughout Alchemy Valley and even to Alchemy Planet. The whole world was in an uproar. They were stunned. Who exactly was that person? How could he play around with so many big families and sects? Damn it, this is too damn it. The little saint of the Netherbird clan roared crazily. This was their territory, and now they were being ruthlessly slapped in the face. Moreover, their foundation was almost destroyed. This was intolerable. Therefore, he quickly led his people to chase after the kid. The whole world was mobilized by the Netherbird clan. There was no other way. The Netherbird clan was also an overlord in this world. For a moment, Alchemy World was sealed. On the other side, Meng Mubai returned with a big smile and met up with Lin Xian. The 3 of them immediately laughed when they talked about the situation. However, when they were about to leave Star World, they were stopped by someone. Both sides fought a great battle. When the experts of the Netherbird clan arrived, Lin Xian was instantly enraged. Although the living fossil of the Netherbird clan helped him evolve the Black Earth, he also gave them 100 years of lifespan. It was a fair trade. Other than that, there was no other contact. However, the Netherbird clan had participated in the hunt for him. It could be said that they had offended him. However, he did not specifically target the Netherbird clan. But now, the Netherbird clan dared to stop him. This completely enraged Lin Xian and challenged Lin Xian's bottom line. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not hold back anymore. A great battle broke out. It was very terrifying. In the end, Lin Xian activated his divine body and even used the Great Destruction Spear. He killed in all directions and frightened the Netherbird clan. Only then did they leave this world. The Netherbird clan suffered heavy losses, and the news was sent back. When the people of Vermilion Bird Palace and Dragon Valley learned about the situation, their faces turned ugly. Damn it, it's that kid. He actually came here. Go and kill him. They were all crazy. They always thought that Lin Xian did not come out from Langistar. Not only did he come out, but he also killed so many of their people. They could not bear it. In an instant, the army chased towards Langistar crazily. At the same time, they contacted the experts around Langistar and prepared to stop them. It could be said that there was a tiger in front and a wolf behind. Lin Xian and the others were in danger again. Langistar was not to be trifled with. Mubai had already contacted them when they were near. They directly teleported to Langistar. Lin Xian's return allowed Langistar to heave a sigh of relief. Such an important sky pride could not be allowed to die. At the same time, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace and 8 Wind Palace from Alchemy Star arrived. They met up with the surrounding army and decided to attack immediately. Chapter 35-43. They wanted to attack quickly, but their backyard was on fire. News began to spread from their world. They had sent a large number of experts to besiege the Langia Star, but their base had been ambushed. They had suffered heavy losses. Damn it! These people gritted their teeth, especially the Vermilion Bird Palace. They heard that many of their palaces and territories had been destroyed. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Who did it? These saints roared madly. Those who came to report quickly knelt in the void and said. Some of them were from the enemy forces, and some were experts from the Langia Star. Did a Langia saint come to ambush them? Langia Star. These people looked at the star in front of them and gritted their teeth. Elder, what should we do? Those people asked. For a moment, these saints were all thinking. Let's send some people back to solve our problem. Then, we'll turn around and attack the Langia Star. Yes, that's right. We must attack the Langia Star. Their sneak attack on our base is to lure us away from our base, but we won't let their scheme succeed. The people of the 8 Desolate Palace and Dragon Valley gritted their teeth. They sent some people back to quell the chaos, but the rest of them stayed here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief when they returned to the Langia Star. This time, it was really dangerous. Meng and Mu Bai still had lingering fears. After all, they were chased by 5 minor saints. This was probably the only time in their lives. Lin Xian returned to the 8th palace to rest. Many people came out from the 8th palace. Among them, the Northern Demon, his sister, and the Dark Red Divine Dragon came out. The Dark Red Divine Dragon and the Northern Demon had broken through to the Saint Realm. The two of them were very happy. Kid, you're finally back. Come, let's fight for 300 rounds. I'm also a saint now. This is great. Lin Xian was also very excited about the two's breakthrough. These two were important to him, so he was naturally happy when their strength increased. Buzz. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and a few figures appeared. One of them suddenly shouted, Sinner Lin Xian, kneel down and accept your punishment. Everyone from the 8th hall was stunned by the voice. Even Meng Hao, Mu Bai, and the others were stunned. Lin Xian raised his head and glanced at him. He realized that these people were from the 3rd hall. These people were really persistent. He had a conflict with the people from the 3rd hall before. He didn't expect that these people would still dare to come. Immediately, he laughed coldly. Oh, what did I do wrong? Kid, don't try to quibble. Do you dare to say that the terrifying army of saints outside has nothing to do with you? These people were all lured here by you. You've consigned my Langia Star to eternal damnation. Tell me, what crime have you committed? You have committed a capital offense. That's right. Why don't I bring you along on the Langia Star? I've even protected you so many times, but now you've actually put the Langia Star in such danger. Are you saying you're not guilty? Another elder jumped out. If you still have a conscience, you'd better leave obediently and follow those people. Don't implicate our Langia Star. Yes, that's right. Or you can hand over the great emperor's inheritance and let our brother Langia cultivate it. Only then will he be able to resist the enemy. Another voice was heard. D****, these guys are too despicable. The Dark Red Divine Dragon gritted his teeth. The Northern Demon's face also turned cold. Lin Xian laughed. The Great Emperor's inheritance. It seems like you guys still want the Great Emperor's inheritance. Do you want to attack me? We don't want the Great Emperor's inheritance. We just want the Great Emperor's inheritance to be maximized. That thing might not be useful in your hands. Why don't you take it out and let the entire Langia Star study it? That's right. That's the Great Emperor's inheritance.
Why do you want to monopolize it?
The eyes of the people from the 3rd hall turned red. Then what right do you have to look at it? What does the Great Emperor's inheritance have to do with you? Also, who told you that I have the Great Emperor's inheritance? We'll know whether you have it or not after we search for it. Many people pressed forward like a black cloud. Do you dare to attack us? Dreamy shouted. She had already regarded herself as someone from the 8th hall. The northern demon and the dark red divine dragon also stood out. Mubai's face darkened. The third hall still hasn't given up? It's fine if you don't want to hand over the great emperor's inheritance. Then let this kid go out and draw a line between him and the Langus star. We won't bear any consequences for him. Those people roared. Lin Xian laughed coldly. So the third palace was so cowardly and afraid of death.
Kid, what did you say?
The people from the third hall were instantly enraged. Lin Xian sneered. I said that you guys are cowardly. Am I wrong? The Langia Palace master hasn't said anything yet, and the third hall jumped out. You dare to say that you're not cowardly? That's right. Third hall. Don't go overboard. Mubai walked out. Since Lin Xian has decided to join the Langia Star, we have to stick together. We can't give up on him at this time. Mubai, are you out of your mind? Although this kid is talented and his future is limitless. That's if he can survive. Now that there's such a huge army, the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Wind Palace, and other forces have joined forces. Can we stop them? We can stop 1 or 2 of them, but how are we going to fight the 6 major sects together?
You don't have to worry about this.
We've already sent people to attack their nest. I think the news will come back soon.
Mubai said.
However, the third hall is still unwilling to give up. So what? We'll just disturb them for a while. They'll still attack us later.
Who can stop them at that time?
Saint Mubai was speechless for a while. Because he didn't have full confidence that he could stop the attacks of so many sections. I can stop them. At this moment, Lin Xian opened his mouth. His voice was incomparably firm. What? When these words came out, Meng Meng and the others were stunned. To be honest, they didn't expect Lin Xian to speak at this time. In the sky, the people from the third hall laughed. You can stop them? Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a great emperor? No matter how talented you are, that's only among the younger generation. Moreover, you're fighting alone. Do you know what's going on outside? Do you know how many sages there are? There are even a lot of small saints.
Can you stop them?
What a joke. The people from the third hall sneered. They didn't believe it at all. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. If I say I can stop them, then I can stop them. This matter is indeed caused by me. Naturally, I'll take responsibility. Do you think I'm afraid of death like the third hall? Chapter 35-44. Hall Master Lin, don't worry. We'll talk to the Palace Master about this. When the time comes, our Langus Star will defend together. Lin Xian said, Don't worry. I've already said that since I'm the cause of this matter, I'll take responsibility. When the time comes, you just need to help me from the side.
What?
Meng Meng and Mubai were stunned. They originally thought that Lin Xian only said those words to anger the third hall. But now, it seemed that he really wanted to take action. If it was before, they wouldn't have believed it. But this time, they had followed Lin Xian and experienced so many things. They even saw 5 minor saints and a group of saints being played around by him. They knew that Lin Xian might really have such ability. Well, there's no time to lose. I'll talk to the Palace Master and the others first. Mubai left and Meng Meng continued to stay in the 8th hall. Kid, you said you have a way. What is it? After returning, the dark red divine dragon asked. Of course, it's to set up a formation and add the flame in my hand. Formation and flame? Kid, you're not bragging, are you? You can't beat me in terms of formation. I can't even think of a formation to deal with those people. Also, what's the flame you're talking about? 9 suns divine flame? But your flame, I won't be able to deal with so many saints. Ruffian Dragon, a scholar who has been away for 3 days, must be looked at with new eyes. I am no longer the same person as before. He waved his hand, took out the hull, and released a trace of flame. Immediately, the dark red divine dragon was shocked and quickly retreated. What the hell? What kind of flame is this? He felt a huge threat. Although he had just broken through, he was already a first heavenly layer saint. With the power of the dragon's divine ability and bloodline, he could fight those with higher realms. But in the face of this flame, He couldn't resist at all.
How about it?
Do you believe me now? This is called Universe Starry Sky Flame. I got it in another world. Even minor saints don't dare to easily resist this flame. If there are enough of it, it won't be a problem to burn a minor saint to death. I have a lot of such flames now. Wow, it's so fierce. The dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. He asked, "What about the array formation? What kind of array formation do you plan to use? Could it be that you've also found an ancient array formation outside?" The dark rainbow divine dragon was very confused. As an expert in array formations, most of Lin Xian's array formations had been taught by him. Could it be that after not seeing him for a few days, this kid's attainments in array formations had already surpassed his? As for the formation, I'll have to ask him. Black Mountain, was what you said just now true? Who was Black Mountain? What the hell? The dark red dragon was stunned and frowned. In the next moment, he saw a wisp of black smoke fly out from the pendant on Lin Xian's neck and transform into a hazy figure. He was extremely shocked. There was something here. What terrifying demonic energy! When he felt the aura of the other party, he was greatly surprised.
Hey, Sean said.
Of course, you still don't believe me? As he spoke, he looked at the dark red divine dragon. What a terrifying dragon bloodline! He was also surprised by the aura and bloodline of the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon jumped over and pointed at the black figure. Kid, what is this? Lin Xian briefly explained his previous experience. The dark red divine dragon was extremely shocked. You're saying that he's the remnant soul of the great sage? Immediately, he sucked in a cold breath. He knew that great sages were terrifyingly powerful. They were only a step away from becoming great emperors. That was an existence at the peak of the sage realm. Although such a remnant soul might not be able to unleash much of his strength, his experience and the array formations that he had mastered were definitely beyond imagination. No wonder Lin Xian was so confident. It turned out that he had such a remnant soul in his hands. The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. In that case, the array formations that he had mastered were extremely exquisite. Ha 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 ha, I'm rich. He was extremely excited. Black Mountain said, "Little Red, I didn't promise to teach you array formations. You're Little Red. Your whole family is Little Red." The dark red divine dragon's face turned red. "You have to call me the great divine dragon sage. What the hell is Little Red?" Alright, you two stop fooling around. Let's deal with the array formation first. Also, Black Mountain, don't underestimate this guy. Although he's usually unreliable, he's very reliable when it comes to array formations. Lin Xian changed the topic and asked, "What array formation are you talking about?" Black Mountain said mysteriously, "Have you heard of the saint-slaying array?" Lin Xian was stunned. The dark red divine dragon jumped out. "Damn, what kind of array formation do you know? You know of it?" Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red divine dragon said, "How can I not know? It's too famous." This was an array formation from tens of thousands of years ago. It was a famous killing array among the ancient arrays. It was rumored that someone had used this array formation to kill many sages. That battle was truly earth-shattering, and all the worlds in the universe were scared silly. The dark red divine dragon told Lin Xian about the legend he knew. After hearing it, Lin Xian gasped. It turned out that there was a sage in the ancient era. For some reason, he had provoked many enemies, and he had obtained the saint-slaying array. He had spent 500 years to set up the saint-slaying array and attracted all his enemies. Over the years, his enemies had offended many large factions and sects, so those sages could cover the sky and cover the earth. They could basically kill him with a casual attack. But in that battle, the 10 great sects had come, and countless sages had been killed by the saint-slaying array. Because of that, the 10 great sects had declined. For a formation to be able to kill the sages of the 10 great sects, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Lin Xian gasped when he heard that. However, he frowned. According to the rumors, the other party had used 500 years to set up the array.
How could they have so much time? Kid, don't worry.
Rumor has it that the 10 great sects came out in full force. That's why they used 500 years to set up the array formation. Right now, we're only facing the 6 great sects, and only a portion of them. So, the situation is much better than before. With me and Little Red, 2 array formation experts, we can definitely speed things up a lot. Moreover, don't you still have the Starry Fire? If you integrate the Starry Fire into the Saint-Slaying array, its power will increase a lot. Basically, we can complete a simple Saint-Slaying array in 3 months. Although it can't compare to the 500-year-old one, it should be enough to kill those people. Next, Black Mountain and the Dark Red Divine Dragon began to set up the array formation. Lin Xian provided the Starry Fire. As for the various materials needed to set up the array formation, they were provided by the Langistar. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and the Saint-Slaying array was set up. Outside, those people were moving again. Chapter 35-45. The moment the formation was formed, all the sages on the Langistar were stunned. They stood up one after another and looked around in bewilderment. What's going on? Why do I feel a terrifying power? Me too. These people were extremely frightened. Could it be that the enemy had attacked? The palace lord was also alarmed, but soon Lin Xian sent a message to them. Don't panic. This is the array I set up. What? This is an array. And it was set up by Lin Xian. They were stunned. That's right. This is the array I set up. It will definitely help us withstand this attack. You don't have to panic. Great. The people around all breathed a sigh of relief. The palace lord of the Langistar also smiled. With such an amazing array, they were absolutely safe this time. The people of the third palace were really stunned. How is this possible? How could the enemy have such a terrifying array? To be honest, when Lin Xian said that he would be responsible, the people of the third palace were disdainful. They wanted to see how the other party would embarrass himself. When the other party was helpless, they would stand up and join forces with the other elders to put pressure on the other party. In this way, the other party would definitely die. But now, they found that they were wrong. They had underestimated the other party. The other party had really set up such a terrifying array. And it was in 3 months' time. It was simply unbelievable. Not good, they're attacking. Someone sent a message, and suddenly the Langistar Palace was facing a great enemy. The Langia Palace Lord said, "Everyone listen up. Follow me to resist the enemy." At this moment, all the 12 palaces of the Langistar moved. They gathered their forces and prepared to fight together. Lin Xian also led the people of the 8th palace and rose into the sky, standing above the clouds. At the same time, on the ground below, where the 12 palaces were located, there were arrays flickering. Of course, there was one place except for the 3rd palace. There was also an array there, but it was an array native to the Langistar, and there were no traces of the Zhuxing array. Because Lin Xian did not set up an array there at all. The people of the 3rd palace naturally also found this palace. They were a little flustered. The leader of the 3rd hall stood up and shouted coldly, "What are you panicking for? Could it be that your formation is better than ours? Don't forget, our 3rd point has a long history, and our powers are ranked among the top 3 among the 12 palaces. Our array formations, how could that kid compare to it?" Hearing the hall master's words, the people on the 3rd point heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, they didn't have time to think about anything else because the enemy had arrived. In the sky, the dense and terrifying power of heaven and earth surged, and a terrifying desolation aura filled the air. Countless saints from the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolation Palace, and the rest of the 6 major sects had arrived. This time, they were all led by a small saint. That aura was truly earth-shattering. In the sky, countless large cracks spread out. On the Langistar, formations were activated. One after another, formations flickered to resist the saint aura. However, it was useless. Soon, those formations were torn apart, and the 6 major sects descended on the Langistar. People of the Langistar, listen up. Hand over Lin Xian, and I'll spare your lives." His loud and clear voice reverberated throughout the world. Everyone's scalp went numb when they heard it. "Humph, you're really haunting me. How dare you come here to capture me? Today, none of you will be able to leave." Lin Xian stood above the clouds, looking up at the starry sky. His voice was filled with biting, cold, killing intent. "Kid, you're really here." Countless gazes were fixed on Lin Xian. Of course, some of them were looking in another direction. The person standing there was the Langia Palace Master. The Langia Palace Master said loudly. Lin Xian's intention was the Langia Star's intention. "Fellow Taoists, if you're here to ask for him, then go back. If you want to use force, then the Langia Star has never been afraid of anyone. Stubbornly stubborn, the end of the Langia Star has arrived. Today, we'll make the Langia Star submit completely." The Vermilion Bird Palace Master said coldly. The 8 Desolation Palace Master also shouted coldly. Everyone listened. "Capture Lin Xian. Those who dare to stop them will be killed without mercy." Their voices were like thunder. Those people in the sky were about to make their move. The Langia Palace Master also shouted coldly. The Langia Star and the 12 palaces all took action at this moment. Countless arrays intertwined. Between heaven and earth, terrifying energy roared. A great battle broke out. The 6 great sects led by the Vermilion Bird Palace were very powerful. When they joined forces, the arrays of the Langia Star couldn't resist at all. Therefore, the people of the Langia Star were forced to retreat. Their faces were extremely ugly. "Humph, stupid idiot. Do you think that the Langia Star can resist the alliance of the 6 great sects? You're really reckless." The people of the 6 great sects sneered. The feeling of breaking through a bamboo stick was really good. Next, they would capture Lin Xian and obtain the Great Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, Lin Xian had the Great Dragon Sword Spirit and the 9-Yang Divine Body. All of these secrets would belong to the 6 great sects.
Boom.
Just when they thought that they could break through the blockade of the Langia Star and capture Lin Xian, the entire Langia Star suddenly trembled. Then, countless arrays lit up again. This array was based on the 12 palaces and covered the entire world, completely enveloping everyone. What was going on? There was an array and it didn't look ordinary. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8 Wind Palace were stunned at first, then they sneered. So what? No matter how strong the array was, it couldn't stop them.
Kill.
They quickly rushed over. In the 8th hall, Lin Xian's expression was cold. "Hey Shan, you can attack." As soon as he finished speaking, He Shan attacked. The dark red divine dragon was also at the side, controlling the array. Suddenly, the Vermilion Saint array was activated. The terrifying thing was that the murderous aura combined with the power of heaven and earth rumbled together. In an instant, the saints who rushed over were attacked. Their bodies were split open, and their screams resounded through the world. Damn it, this array is too powerful. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8 Wind Palace were stunned. They didn't expect the other party's array to be so powerful. "Let's join forces and go to hell together." Orders were given one after another. Suddenly, countless saints joined forces. Their saint domains were connected as the terrifying laws of heaven and earth danced in the air. Together, they resisted the terrifying killing array.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
But they still couldn't resist. This was the saint-slaying array, an extremely terrifying killing array in the ancient times. How could these people resist the power that was erupting at this moment? Sure enough, it didn't take long for their joint forces to be broken through again. Another sage had fallen. Damn it, the array was too strong. Looking at the bodies that were split open and pierced, everyone screamed again. Saint artifacts. Quickly use the saint artifacts.
Boom. Boom.
Chapter 3546. In the sky, the laws danced and energy surged. It was a scene of apocalypse.
Kill.
The battle was unusually intense. Some minor saints had arrived and stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, you're going to die today. What a big mouth. You 5 minor saints didn't even manage to kill me. How dare you say such words now? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? 5 minor saints had arrived. Hearing this, the minor saints of Vermilion Bird Palace and 8 Wind Palace changed their faces instantly. Damn it, it's really you. They gritted their teeth in anger. When they were refining the gold star, 5 minor saints led more than 30 minor saints to chase after the other party. However, they didn't even see the other party's figure, and more than 20 minor saints were killed by the other party. They were in such a sorry state that they were ridiculed by the world. Now that the other party mentioned this matter, it really drove them crazy. Damn it! The minor saint roared and shot out a terrifying ray of light. The terrifying saint aura spread out between heaven and earth.
Buzz.
Lin Xian dodged, and the saint-slaying formation rushed out. The sky full of starry fire formed a huge fireball and rushed forward. In an instant, a huge battle broke out. Kill him, we must capture this kid. The other minor saints also rushed over, gritting their teeth. They had suffered too many losses in the other party's hands. Lin Xian sneered. A group of old farts, how shameless. If you have the ability, fight one-on-one with me. I'll slap you to death. He stood in the formation without fear. As for those people, they were so angry that they started to shout loudly. A young man of the younger generation actually dared to challenge them one-on-one. They were really pissed off. Some of them couldn't help but want to go up, but they were stopped by the elders. Don't be impulsive. Don't fall into his trap.
We have such a huge advantage now.
How can we fight him one-on-one? Yes, don't let this kid provoke us. We must destroy them. Kid, you don't need to provoke us. You'll cry later. These people sneered and attacked crazily. Lin Xian snorted.
So, what if you have more people?
Today, I'll let you know what despair is. At this point, he ordered Black Mountain to attack again, and the array formation continued to rumble. The attacks of those minor saints were all blocked by the void flame. Lin Xian stood inside the flame and watched the scene. He sneered. Are minor saints that powerful? If you have the ability, come and kill me. Damn it. The little saints were furious. They were so strong, but they couldn't kill the other party. These flames were too terrifying. It was at this moment that one of the laughing saints roared furiously. These people split into several groups and charged towards the 12 palaces. At that moment, the 12 palaces were all under fierce attacks. The people from the 12 palaces of Langistar were also fighting back in a frenzy. The battle was extremely tragic. There was one place that was exceptionally tragic, and that was the 3rd palace. The people of the 3rd palace were originally full of confidence. They believed that they had a long history and were powerful, so they did not care. But when they really started fighting, they realized that they were wrong. This time, the 6 great sects had sent too many experts. Under their joint attacks, their formation kept shaking. It couldn't withstand it at all. Cracks had appeared in many places, and they would soon be damaged. And the people of the 3rd palace were falling one after another.
Boom.
The formation cracked, and countless people rushed in. Not good. We can't hold it. Palace Master, what should we do? The people of the 3rd palace retreated frantically and screamed. Block it. Damn it. Block it for me. Activate the formation. The elders of the 3rd palace were roaring crazily. The palace master was also roaring as he began to control the formation. But it was impossible. Their formation couldn't withstand the attacks of so many saints. There were even sacred weapons that were rumbling between heaven and earth. How could it be possible? The formation was broken in an instant. The people of the 3rd palace were going crazy. They saw that the other palaces were not broken and could withstand it. They thought that they could do it too. But they didn't know that it was the power of the saint-slaying formation. It was not something that their formation could compare to. Damn it. We were tricked. That kid's formation is very strange. It's beyond our formation. At this moment, they finally understood. They were all furious. This kid is obviously tricking us. He didn't even set up the formation for the 3rd palace. Yes, that's right. It's too abominable. These people cursed. They were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. This scene was very ironic, because the people of the third palace were laughing at Lin Xian, thinking that it was impossible for Lin Xian to set up such a formation. Now that they were being attacked, they were blaming Lin Xian. How despicable. But it was useless to complain now. The battle was very intense. No one gave them time to complain. The people of the third palace screamed, "Stop. You can't attack us. We are the third palace. There is no Lin Xian here. If you want to kill Lin Xian, go to the eighth palace. That's his territory." What third palace or eighth palace? All of you from the Langia Star deserve to die. The people of the six great sects were in a killing frenzy. They didn't care about the internal conflicts. As long as it was someone from this world, they would kill them. It's over. The people of the third palace were in despair. What else could they say? This was a world-level war. They were here to destroy this world. Now they were asking them to stop. What kind of joke was this? Were they crazy? Holy Slaying Array, rise. Black Mountain controlled the array. The Holy Slaying Array kept shining. Countless laws danced on the ground, and heaven and earth rumbled. They formed huge swords one after another. There were a total of 11 swords with the 11 palaces as the foundation. Apart from the third palace, the other 11 palaces were enveloped by a huge sword. The power of the huge sword was too terrifying. In addition, it was surrounded by the starry sky flames, increasing its power even more.
Kill.
With a roar, the 11 huge swords began to descend.
Boom.
The powerhouses and saints of the six great sects were shrouded by the sword chi and were torn apart. Some were even pierced through.
Ah.
What kind of array is this? Run. With one strike, the people of the six great sects were defeated. They couldn't block such sword chi at all. This was a sword chi that could kill a saint. The 11 sword chi moved between heaven and earth. The powerhouses of the six great sects fell like meteorites. At this moment, there were wails and howls. At this moment, everyone was stunned, whether it was the people of the six great sects or the people of the Langia Star. How could there be such a terrifying array in this world? Also, the flames were too terrifying. The saints were immediately ignited when they touched them.
There was no way to extinguish them.
That sword aura was also incomparably powerful. It was capable of cleaving a sage in half with a single sword strike. After the people of the Langia Star recovered from their shock, they were ecstatic. Great, this is the array set up by Lin Xian. They definitely had hope this time. Chapter 35-47. The people of the six major sects went crazy. The power of the formation was even more terrifying than before. They couldn't believe it.
Run.
Leave this place as soon as possible. We were too careless. We didn't expect them to have such a trump card. For a moment, everyone retreated. Haha. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Xian laughed. Today, this place will be your graveyard. Damn it, we can't escape. This space is sealed. We can't open it. There are terrifying sword chi everywhere. Screams rang out one after another. The people of the six major sects found that they were really trapped in this world. They couldn't open it at all. Let me do it. A minor saint roared and waved his long fist. It was like 100,000 meteors rumbling between heaven and earth. The sky and the earth cracked, but they couldn't break it at all. Instead, they attracted a sword chi. With a boom, he was hit by the sword chi. 2 more sword chi slashed at him. Get lost. The minor saint fought with the sword chi.
Boom.
In the end, 2 more sword chi slashed the minor saint away. The minor saint's body was split in half. Everyone's scalp went numb. Even a minor saint couldn't defeat the sword chi. What should they do? For a moment, everyone was incomparably terrified. Use the sacred weapon. Another minor saint with Saint Chi blotted out the sky and earth. It was a sacred sword that emitted incomparable light. Its power was not weaker than the divine sword of piercing sky. Therefore, when the two collided, the divine sword of piercing sky kept trembling. The others regained their confidence.
Great.
A minor saint with a sacred weapon should be able to resist the sword chi. But soon, they found that the minor saint was also screaming because the monstrous starry flame had surrounded him. The minor saint was powerful and had a sacred weapon. But this time, there were too many flames. Except for the flames needed to refine the black earth, Lin Xian basically didn't hold back the rest. He used all of them this time, because he knew that this battle was related to his life and the life and death of Langistar. He didn't dare to be careless. The minor saint was extremely miserable under the starry flame that blotted out the sky. The people of the 6 major sects swallowed their saliva. It was over. The minor saint couldn't resist it. They were really desperate. Could it be that they were wrong? They shouldn't have come to kill him. At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret. Run! Break out of the encirclement! A minor saint roared crazily. There were minor saints in each of the 6 major sections. Now that 2 of them were injured, the rest didn't dare to fight head-on. They could only try their best to dodge the attacks. Their eyes were red, because once this peerless array formation was activated, saints would fall at every moment. That place didn't have a peerless array formation, nor did it have flames. Suddenly, they exclaimed. They discovered that there was a place on the Langistar that did not have such a terrifying formation. This made them wild with joy. Perhaps this place was their chance to escape. All of a sudden, the people from the 6 great sects rushed in that direction. The place that was not covered by the holy slaying array was naturally the 3rd hall. The people from the 3rd hall were also stunned by the terrifying scene. They hadn't expected Lin Xian's formation to be so exquisite. Not even a little saint or a saint artifact could withstand it. This made them extremely shocked. But soon, their scalps went numb, and they were so scared that they peed their pants. They saw the people from the 6 great sects rushing towards them in an overwhelming manner. Damn it, what's going on? Why are they coming towards us? Shouldn't they be fighting Lin Xian? Lin Xian's true technique is the most powerful, and our 3rd hall is not covered by that kind of formation. They are trying to break through from here. An elder screamed. The other martial artists from the 3 halls were so scared that their scalps went numb. Break through from here? What a joke. Although the 3rd hall was powerful, it was only relative. They were facing the 6 great sects now. Damn it, hurry up and run. The people from the 3rd hall turned around and fled. But they couldn't escape. They were surrounded by the people from the 6 great sections. When the people from the 6 great sects saw the people from the 3rd hall soaring into the sky, they thought that the other party was going to counterattack. Immediately, laws and divine abilities fell from the sky. Those people didn't even have the chance to speak before they were blasted into a bloody mist.
Kill.
Kill them. We must occupy this place. This is our only chance. The eyes of the people from the 6 great sects turned red. The people from the 3rd hall had gone crazy. They couldn't escape at all. The 3rd hall master could only bite the bullet and say, "Defend." They once again formed a formation and even took out their sacred artifacts to defend. But this time, the other party also had sacred artifacts. The other party had more saints than them, and they were instantly beaten back. The 3rd hall master kept vomiting blood. The elders' bodies were also broken, and their faces were pale. Stop fighting, we stop fighting. The people from the 3rd hall screamed crazily. However, the people from the 6 great sects ignored them. This was their only chance. On the other side, Lin Xian heard the voice and immediately snorted. Stop fighting? 3rd hall, how dare you? Are you betraying the Langistar? Are you going to be traitors? His voice was extremely sonorous, and the people from the 3rd hall knelt on the ground. Damn it, when did they say that they were going to be traitors? Damn kid. How dare you trick us? The 3rd hall master screamed crazily. Hurry up and help us. Yes, you are abusing your position to take revenge. You can't do this to us. The elders also roared crazily. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. 3rd hall master, you are wrong. I didn't trick you at all, nor am I abusing my position to take revenge. I am gathering the power of the formation for the ultimate attack. but it will take some time. And this period of time is very important. The formation can't be destroyed by them. The third hall master did a good job and attracted most of the firepower. You guys did a great job. This action of yours will allow me to focus all my attention on condensing the formation and unleash the ultimate attack. Lin Xian raised his thumb and waved it in the distance. Well done. Beautiful your head. The people from the third hall vomited blood. Damn it. Gathering the formation? Ultimate attack. Who would believe that? What you're doing is taking revenge. They roared crazily, but no one paid attention to them. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, there will definitely be sacrifices in a battle. The sacrifice of the third hall today is witnessed by the Langistar. Your sacrifice won't be in vain. The final victory will belong to the Langistar. Third hall, you guys have to hold on." After hearing this, the corners of Meng Meng and Mu Bai's mouth twitched. Hall Master Lin was really ruthless. Chapter 35-48. The corners of the other palaces' mouths twitched. They knew about the grudge between the third palace and Lin Xian. The third palace had tried to suppress Lin Xian many times and even tried to snatch Lin Xian's treasures. The third palace had even tried to join forces with them to exert pressure. However, they did not agree at that time. Now, it seemed like they had made the right choice. If they had joined forces with the third palace, they would have ended up in the same miserable state as the third palace. This time, the third palace had made the wrong decision. The other palace masters and elders shook their heads slightly. The third palace was filled with wails and howls. It had turned into hell. The people of the third palace could not withstand such a huge impact. In a short time, they had lost countless martial artists. The small saint of the third palace had also come out to fight against the enemy. However, he was also severely injured. The third palace was about to be destroyed. The surviving elders of the third hall and the hall master of the third hall kept wailing, "Hall Master Lin, I was wrong. Palace Master Lin, please be merciful and save us. Hall Master Lin, we won't dare to go against you in the future." They begged for mercy. They finally realized that Lin Xian was the only one who could save them. What? His palace master was silent. At this time, the Langia palace master spoke. "Palace Master Lin, the third palace belongs to the Langia Star. Don't worry, palace master. My formation is ready to attack." Lin Xian nodded. He knew that the Langia Star would not allow the third palace to be completely destroyed. Therefore, it was time for him to take action. At this time, the third palace had already learned their lesson. They had basically suffered heavy losses. Even if some of them survived, they were severely injured. After this battle, the third palace would only exist in name.
Boom, boom, boom.
A huge sword chi with starry sky flames soared into the sky again and attacked the third palace. Damn it! The people of the 6 major sects were also in despair. Their mood was not much better than the third palace. These people were frantically trying to resist. However, the formation had completely exploded. Its power was unparalleled and could not be stopped. The people of the 6 major sects were dying one after another. This battle was world-shaking. The formation lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. The entire world was filled with rumbling sounds. In the end, when the formation disappeared, the people from the 6 great sects were almost all dead. Another wave of sword chi swept out, and everyone was killed. As for the third palace, it was in tatters, beaten beyond recognition. There were only a few people left in the third hall. Not even 1% of the original number was left. On the other hand, the other 11 palaces were basically unscathed, and this scene made many people rejoice. At the same time, they were even more shocked. If the people of the third hall hadn't defended Lin Xian, then that place would also have been set up with a peerless array formation. In that case, the Langia Star would basically not suffer any losses and would be able to completely eliminate the experts of the 6 great sections. Thinking of this, they sucked in a cold breath. What kind of formation was this? The eyes of a few grand elders flickered. They were very similar to the legendary Zhu Xingjin. Even if it wasn't, it would be an array formation of a similar level. Zhu Xingjin. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Lin Xian actually had such a level of formation in his hands. No wonder he was so confident. They naturally knew about the legend of Zhu Xingjin. It was a formation that resounded throughout the starry sky. The young disciples of the Langia star were first stunned for a long time, then they burst into cheers like a tsunami. We won! We actually won! This was really unbelievable. Previously, the atmosphere of the Langia star was extremely solemn. Everyone thought that they would definitely die, so they were prepared to fight with their backs against the wall. But they didn't expect that Lin Xian's formation would actually reverse the situation. And it was a shocking reversal. They looked at Lin Xian and kept shouting, "Lin Wudi! Lin Wudi! Thank you for taking action, Hall Master Lin." The other Hall Masters and Elders were also grateful. Indeed, if it wasn't for Lin Xian, they would have ended up like the third Hall. They could only survive because of Lin Xian's formation. Everyone, you're too polite. As a member of the Langia Star, I naturally have to face the enemy together, Lin Xian said with a smile. The remaining Hall Masters and some Elders of the third Hall walked over. Their faces were extremely ugly. After this battle, the third Hall was completely finished. But they didn't dare to say anything. They still had to thank Lin Xian. If Lin Xian had taken action a little later, they would probably have been killed. So they could only thank Hall Master Lin for saving them at the critical moment. The entire Langia Star was cheering. Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. They even felt that it was unreal. However, the Langia Palace Master, Lin Xian, and the other 12 Hall Masters and Elders weren't too excited. Because they still had things to do. They decided to fight back. This time, the 6 major sects joined forces to besiege the Langia Star, which attracted the attention of all the worlds. If they didn't fight back, wouldn't everyone think that the Langia Star was easy to bully? So they immediately took action. Countless powerful Hall Masters and Elders took out their formations and sacred artifacts and attacked one after another. Lin Xian also went. They weren't worried at all that someone would sneak attack their nest because the dark red divine dragon was guarding it. With the protection of this formation, the 6 major sects wouldn't have a problem coming. So these people didn't have to worry. The Langia Palace's palace master, Lin Xian, led many saints to attack, causing an uproar in the myriad worlds. They all investigated the news and found out that the 6 major sects had joined forces and were actually killed by the Langia Star. When the news came out, all the worlds were in an uproar. How was this possible? They guessed countless results. The worst was that the Langia Star was destroyed and Lin Xian was captured. In the best case, the Langia Star had submitted, but it had been smashed to pieces and never recovered from the setback. But now, the situation was completely different. Only one hall of the Langia Star was attacked. As for the remaining 11 palaces, they were basically unscathed. This was just too unbelievable. This was simply a miraculous skill. How did they do it? These people were crazy. So, at the same time, they saw the Langia Star moving out in large numbers. Needless to say, they were attacking the 6 major sections. Sure enough, in the following days, news of the war came one after another. The 6 major sects were attacked by the Langia Star one after another and suffered heavy losses. The 6 major sects tried to counterattack and sneak attack the Langia Star's nest, but they were instantly killed. This scene made everyone go crazy. They knew that the Langia Star had a peerless and terrifying foundation that could protect the entire world from attack. In the end, the 6 major sects asked for peace. They could only compensate countless natural treasures to calm the war. There was no other way. If the war continued, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. The Langia Star's aura was too strong. Moreover, due to the Langia Star's victory, they directly gathered many allies. This way, the 6 major sects wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. After the war, the 6 major sects suffered heavy losses. Without a few hundred years of recuperation, they wouldn't be able to recover their vitality. Therefore, after compensating a large number of natural treasures, the 6 major sects directly sealed the world and entered seclusion. Chapter 3549. This battle shocked the first astral realm. Everyone knew how terrifying the Langus star was, and at the same time, they also knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. This was because it was rumored that the Langus star was safe and sound because of Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. He led the army of the Langus star with the Langia Palace Master and killed everyone. From now on, no one would dare to offend Lin Xian. He was simply a killing god. The Langia star was jubilant. The return of Lin Xian, the Langia Palace Master, and the Langia star army caused a stir in the Langia star. At this moment, the entire world was cheering. Lin Xian also became a legend of the Langia star. In addition to being the 8th Palace Master, he also became a new core elder and a legendary elder. At the same time, half of the heavenly treasures obtained from the 6 major sects were given to Lin Xian. This was simply a shocking amount of wealth. However, everyone agreed that it was all because of Lin Xian that they were able to survive this time and even kill in all directions. Lin Xian gladly accepted these heavenly treasures. He had consumed a lot of resources now, so he would not be polite. Next, Lin Xian began to go into seclusion. He wanted to consolidate his strength again. At the same time, he also asked the Langus star to help him gather information. Firstly, it was about the Rinnegan and the reincarnation sword. Secondly, it was about the reincarnation pearl. Lastly, it was about the 2nd astral realm. Lin Xian went into seclusion to cultivate. The dark red divine dragon pestered Black Mountain, wanting to learn array formations. 3 months later, Lin Xian came out of seclusion. At the same time, the Langus star also sent the information over. As for the reincarnation sword and the Rinnegan, they were too mysterious and unpredictable. They could not find out at all. As for the reincarnation pearl and the Langus star, they received some information that seemed to be related to the 2nd astral realm. As for what happened in the 2nd astral realm, they also knew. They did not even have to deliberately investigate. The entire 1st astral realm was talking about this at this moment. After the massacre on the Langus star, things gradually calmed down. At the same time, another piece of news arrived that caused the heaven and earth to boil. Some of the holy cities of the original 2-star realms began to recruit new disciples. Among them, Wushuang City was the most famous. This was because Wushuang City's Wushuang Holy King seemed to be recruiting disciples. That was a saint king. Therefore, it caused the 1st astral realm to rumble and shake. Countless experts and geniuses set off for the 2nd astral boundary. When Lin Xian received the news, he too took a deep breath. Unparalleled Holy King? It seemed like it had something to do with Peerless City. When he thought of Peerless City, he thought of someone. Previously, when he was training Gold Star, someone from Peerless City had appeared. That person was called Fu Hongya. The moment he appeared, he shocked the 4th heaven saint of heavenly thunder. This scene was unforgettable. It seemed that Fu Hongya had come to the 1st star realm to spread the news. He had almost reached the 1st star rank. Basically, no one in the younger generation was a match for him. Therefore, he also planned to go to the 2nd astral realm. In addition, now that Wushuang City was recruiting disciples, Wushuang City naturally had to go. The Langus star was also very clear about this matter. They also hoped that Lin Xian's path would be longer. This way, the Langus star would have a stronger backing. Therefore, no one stopped him. Instead, they supported him. Even the Langia Palace Master specially selected a batch of treasures and natural treasures to give to Lin Xian. It was for him to cultivate on the way. The dark red divine dragon must be with him. The northern demon thought about it and also prepared to go. However, he did not plan to bring his sister along, because when they went to the 2nd astral realm, their survival was uncertain. They would definitely encounter more battles and geniuses than now. He might be in danger if he brought his sister along. Therefore, he let his sister cultivate on the Langus star for the time being. After he made a name for himself in the 2nd astral realm, he would bring his sister over. Next, the three of them left the Langia star and prepared to go to the second astral realm. The Black Earth was still in the process of evolution, so it couldn't be used. Lin Xian and the others took another spirit ship. The spirit ship sailed through the universe. During this time, many people passed by them. Those people from the spiritual state were very fast, and they all seemed to have the same goal. In the spirit ship, Lin Xian and the others were holding a lot of information. These were all about how to go to the second astral realm. It turned out that they couldn't reach the second astral realm by themselves, because between the first astral realm and the second astral realm was the disordered star sea. The disordered star sea was rumored to be able to disturb the world of stars. It was very terrifying. Only some powerful saints could fly in it with the help of their sacred artifacts. However, the most dangerous place was a region in the disordered star sea, the Fog of Death. It was a star region in the disordered star sea. There would be a kind of gray fog there, making people unable to see clearly. This was not the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing was that the fog could devour everything. If one was contaminated by the fog of death, their corpses and souls would rot. Even if a small saint barged into the fog of death, they wouldn't be able to escape. This was the most dangerous thing. After receiving this news, Lin Xian and the others gasped. The fog of death that even small saints didn't dare to enter?
It was too terrifying.
The fog of death's range wasn't as large as the disordered star sea, but that was only relatively speaking. It was actually a very large star region. Moreover, it was a place that many worlds had to pass through. For example, from the first astral realm to the second astral realm, one had to pass through the fog of death. Therefore, if they wanted to pass through, they had to take the fog ship. At this moment, they were heading to one of the star realms that had the fog ship. These realms were similar to the ports on the continent. It could be said that anyone who wanted to go to the second astral realm had to set off from these realms. Just like that, Lin Xian and the others learned the information while driving the spirit ship and quickly flying towards those star realms. On the other side, on the Langia star, the area of the third point, the third palace, was still in the process of being rebuilt. Under the ground, among the countless corpses, one of the corpses moved a little. No one noticed the situation in the ruins. The corpse suddenly flipped over, and a reddish-brown stone rolled out. The reddish-brown stone was very big and covered with veins. When it squeezed out from the pile of corpses, it directly rushed into the void and flew rapidly. Soon, it left the Langia star. When it completely left the Langia star, the reddish-brown stone was covered with cracks. Then, it suddenly split open, and a figure appeared from inside. The figure was abnormally young, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes. Chapter 3550. In the cold void of the universe, a spirit boat was flying quickly. There was a group of 6 people in the spirit boat. There were 3 women and 3 men. Among them, there were 2 young girls and 1 middle-aged woman. Of the 2 young girls, one was very noble and wore a veil on her face. The one beside her was obviously a little maid. The other 3 people were all guards, including the middle-aged woman. She was also a guard. Their auras were very strong. They were all sages. The strongest one had reached the late 3rd heaven of the sage realm. "Miss, we are really lucky this time. I didn't expect to get that thing so quickly." The green-robed little maid smiled. Although she was just a maid, her cultivation had reached the early 1st heaven of the sage realm. Her elder sister, who was the woman in white, nodded her head as a smile appeared in her eyes. "That's right. This time, we came to the 1st astral realm secretly in order to keep a low profile and obtain that thing as quickly as possible. Now it seems that everything is going smoothly. We just need to return to the 2 astral realms secretly. Don't worry, miss. No one found out about our whereabouts this time." The middle-aged woman smiled. While they were talking, the spirit boat was moving quickly. Their destination was the few worlds at the edge of the scattered star ocean. Blue Moon Star. One of the worlds at the edge of the scattered star ocean could be said to be a dock. It had the fog boat to the second astral realm. At this moment, in a luxurious hall on Blue Moon Star, a young man was sitting there. He swirled the wine glass in his hand and listened to the report of his subordinate, who was kneeling in front of him. "That woman, where is she now?" the purple-robed man asked indifferently. Reporting to young master, "That woman is very close to Blue Moon Star. She should be able to reach there in one more day." "Very good. Pay attention to her movements at all times.
Don't be exposed.
We will take action when she enters the scattered star ocean. You may leave." The purple-robed young man waved his hand. The warrior who was kneeling on the ground turned into nothingness and disappeared from the hall. At the same time, countless spirit boats flew towards Blue Moon Star. Something happened near the Blue Moon Star. It turned out that due to the sudden increase in the number of warriors heading to Blue Moon Star, some people started robbing. At this moment, there were some people riding on powerful demonic beasts that blocked the path of the spirit boats. One of them was riding a two-headed demonic wolf and wielding a giant saber. With a slash of his saber, a crack appeared in the starry sky. The surrounding spirit boats all came to a halt. There were a total of 4 ships. Among them was Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others frowned as they looked outside. The dark red divine dragon immediately jumped up. "Damn, someone dares to block our path? Let me go out and kill them." He had just broken through to the Saint Realm and was worried about not having a place to fight. Lin Xian stopped him. "Don't rush. Let's observe the situation first." The North Goblin nodded as well. "That's right, there's no need to rush. We'll make a move if things don't work out. After all, the Blue Moon planet is right in front of us. We can't offend the native forces there. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to take the fog ship. The people inside, listen up. I won't bully you, and I won't kill you either. If you hand over 50,000 caddies of divine crystals for each spiritual boat, I'll let you pass." 50,000 kilograms of divine crystals. That was a shocking number. One had to know that when Lin Xian was refining Venus, he only bought 50,000 caddies of divine crystals for the materials for the Sage artifact. Now, the other party was asking for so much. They were really greedy. Damn, are these people crazy? How dare they ask for so much? The dark red divine dragon was a little angry. Lin Xian sneered. "Don't worry. Even if they ask for 500,000 caddies, we won't give it to them." The dark red divine dragon also sneered. He wanted to see how strong these people were to dare to rob them here. The other 3 spirit boats also stopped there. In one of the spirit boats, there were the 6 people from before. The masked woman frowned. "Have we been discovered?" Previously, they were worried that their enemies might have discovered them. Now, it seemed that they weren't. They were just robbers. The green-robed maidservant was also angry. These people from the first astral realm are too arrogant. They want 50,000 caddies of divine crystals? Which ordinary person can afford that? If it was in the past, few people would be able to afford it. But now it was a special time. Many people wanted to go to the first astral realm and become a disciple of a sage king. Those who could come to Cerulean Moon Star were definitely not ordinary people. Hence, they were very rich. The group of robbers probably had this idea. The middle-aged woman at the side also snorted. "Miss, what should we do?" the maidservant asked. Just then, a burly man at the side said, "Why don't I go out and kill them all?" This man was tall, and his body was covered with Tao patterns. He was obviously a sage expert. However, the masked woman shook her head. She didn't want to act rashly. If they were exposed, those people would probably catch up. By then, the situation would be bad. Hearing this, the burly man behind her retreated. He stood there like a javelin, motionless. The other 2 spirit boats also stopped there. The people inside were probably discussing. But at this moment, one of the spirit boats shook violently. Countless runes appeared on it. Then, a beam of light flew out. Like the heavenly sword, it slashed at the robbers in front. This attack was very sudden and terrifying. It mobilized the Tao of heaven and earth and enveloped the robbers. Let's see how you die." In the spirit boat, a young man in black sneered. "How dare you stop us and steal our things? You're really courting death." There was a loud explosion in front of them. Countless large cracks spread. "All right, we can go now." The young man in black smiled. The masked woman also regained her composure. She waved her hand and prepared to let the spirit boat continue. However, on the other side, Lin Xian frowned as a trace of surprise appeared on his face. In the large crack in front, a cold voice sounded. "Huh, how dare you attack us? Seems like you don't want to live anymore." As soon as he said that, a blade light flew out of that terrifying crack like a heavenly river. It directly slashed at the third spirit boat. With a clang, the saber landed on the spirit boat, sending the rest of the boat flying. An even more terrifying crack spread out. At the same time, a large hand fell. There was a golden net on it that was shining brightly. That was the Tao of heaven and earth. In an instant, it enveloped the spirit boat. In the next moment, the large net completely imprisoned the spirit boat in the void. Chapter 35:51. The immortal trapping net was an extremely terrifying sacred artifact. It was said that it could even trap immortals, which was enough to show how powerful it was. No, it wasn't the immortal trapping net. At least, it wasn't the real immortal trapping net. It should be a replica. The veiled woman frowned. It seemed that this group of people wasn't simple. They actually had such a thing in their hands. Under the replica immortal trapping net, the spiritual boat couldn't escape at all. Instead, the people inside were caught. The black-robed young man, he and the others were in a terrible state. They looked at the net above their heads in horror. "Damn it, how dare you attack me? Do you know who I am?" The black-robed man roared. The bandits on the other side sneered. "Who cares who you are? If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill you."
Boom.
As soon as he finished speaking, a bandit beside him took out a giant axe and slashed it forward. This time, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. The black-robed man and the others were directly sent flying, vomiting blood. They looked terrified. Stop fighting. I'm willing to pay 50,000 caddies of divine crystals." They didn't dare to say anything else. They took out a storage ring and threw it forward. After the bandit in front caught it, he scanned it with his soul spirit and sneered. "Very good. You should have done this earlier. Get lost quickly." He ignored the bandit and looked at the other 3 spiritual boats. The golden net in his hand kept expanding and enveloped the 3 spiritual boats. Inside, Lin Xian and the others felt a force that seemed to want to drag them out. What a strange weapon. "Let's go out and take a look." Liao Xian and the others got out of the spiritual boat. On the other side, the masked woman and the others also came out. There was a 4th spiritual boat, and the people inside it also came out. The leader was also a man in green armor. He looked mighty and extraordinary. "Do you want to die or obediently hand over the divine crystals?" The bandits looked forward and sneered. Suddenly, they saw the masked woman and the others and were instantly interested. "Hey, there's a beautiful girl too." Although the masked woman's face was covered, her figure and temperament were unparalleled. She immediately attracted the attention of the bandits. "Girl, take off your veil and let us take a look." The bandits in front laughed arrogantly. The man in green armor looked towards the center. Lin Xian and the rest also looked over, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. That veil was also a terrifying weapon. It was actually able to isolate the probing of souls. It should be known that everyone present was a saint. Their souls were extremely powerful. However, they couldn't see through each other's faces, which was really surprising. It seemed that this masked woman had an extraordinary background. The masked woman didn't say anything. However, the people beside her looked gloomy and cold. As long as the order was given, they would immediately attack and tear the people in front of them to pieces. "Little girl, didn't you hear what I said? What, could it be that you want me to personally take off your veil?" The bandits laughed, and one of them couldn't wait to leave. At the same time, the other bandits also began to attack Lin Xian and the green-armored man. Some of the bandits were the first to spot Lin Xian and the others. The three saints of the first heaven were really trash. People like, you want to go to the second astral realm? You're overestimating yourselves, aren't you? Kid, hand over everything you have. If you don't have 50,000 divine gems, I'll make you wish you were dead.
Fuck you.
Who the fuck are you? The dark rainbow godly dragon slapped over. The terrifying dragon claws covered the sky and pressed down on the bandit in front of him. With a boom, the bandit was sent flying. An earth-shattering sound was heard. This scene stunned everyone. Among the other two groups of bandits, those who wanted to flirt with the masked woman stopped and turned their heads. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn it! How dare they resist? Kill them! These bandits were infuriated. They were not ordinary bandits, but saints. They also had terrifying weapons. Now, someone dared to provoke them. They were courting death. Suddenly, a giant axe that reached the sky like a mountain rushed towards the dark red godly dragon. The dark red godly dragon sneered and spat out thunder and rain that filled the sky. It fought with the bandits. Although the dark red godly dragon was only a first heaven saint, he was still a dragon. The power of dragons coupled with the power of his bloodline was really terrifying. As soon as he attacked, the mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, the seas dried up, and the rocks crumbled. Before long, those bandits were all sent flying. Damn it, go to hell. The bandits controlled the golden net to envelop the dark red godly dragon, trying to seal him. The dark red godly dragon sneered. His dragon blood surged, and the dragon scales on his back spread out, forming a dragon saber that charged towards the sky. With a crack, it collided with the golden net and tore it apart. The bandits were all sent flying while vomiting blood. Their faces were filled with fear. The masked woman and the others were about to attack when they were provoked, but they did not expect the person next to them to attack first. Moreover, what surprised them was that a first heaven saint was able to defeat these saint-level bandits. Furthermore, he was even able to tear the Golden King apart. This was truly beyond their expectations. This guy is a demon, right? He's so strong. The little maid was surprised. Beside her, the middle-aged woman said in a low voice, "It seems that he is the bloodline of dragons. But this is good. It saves us the trouble of exposing ourselves." Damn it, who are you? The bandits gritted their teeth and roared. The dark red godly dragon snorted. Listen up, I'm a mighty dragon saint. I'm the supreme dragon saint. How dare you rob me? You must be tired of living, right? Fine, just you wait. I'll make you wish you were dead. The bandits said viciously. Then, they turned into streams of light and flew into the distance. The masked woman and the others looked in the direction of the dark red godly dragon. They were surprised and kept sizing him up. He realized that other than the dark red godly dragon who had the bloodline of dragons, the other two people seemed to be at the first heaven. One of them had a slender figure. His life aura was abnormally strong. He should be cultivating the wood element. Moreover, there was a faint demonic aura on him, which surprised him. Could it be that this is a team of demons? She then looked at the third person. She realized that the third young man was very special. He was wearing a black robe and had his hands behind his back. He stood there calmly. Moreover, he was terrifyingly calm, as if he did not care about what had happened. Is he pretending to be calm, or does he have a plan? The masked woman did not know. However, she still took a few more glances because she had never seen such a calm gaze, especially from a young man. Lin Xian seemed to have sensed that someone was looking at him. He also saw the masked woman, but his gaze was calm. Chapter 3552. Lin Xian was a little surprised because he noticed her necklace. It was a defensive Dharma treasure at the half-step saint level. However, that wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was the fact that there was an array inside the necklace. That array had a tracking function. This necklace had been tampered with. It seemed that this woman was being tracked, and she probably didn't know about it. Lin Xian immediately realized what was going on. Who was following her? Was it an enemy? He didn't ask too much. At this moment, the veiled woman also saw the surprise in Lin Xian's eyes. She also revealed a look of confusion. Hey, what are you looking at? The little maid in green snorted and stood in front of her mistress. She looked at Lin Xian. You're too dishonest. Don't think that we'll be grateful just because you helped us. Let me tell you, we can solve this without you. Little Qing, don't be unreasonable. The veiled woman chuckled. Then she looked at Lin Xian. Thank you for helping us. After that, she turned and walked towards the spirit ship. It seemed that she had no intention of befriending them at all. Lin Xian shrugged. Since she didn't want to talk to him, he didn't need to tell her about the necklace. On the other side, the man in green armor's eyes flickered. He didn't even say thank you. He directly led his people into the spirit ship and left. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and left with the North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon. Damn. Why are these people so arrogant? I saved them. The Dark Red Dragon was unhappy. The North Demon said, maybe their identities aren't ordinary. The three of them also entered the spirit ship and headed towards Blue Moon Planet. Soon, they arrived at Blue Moon Planet. North Gazing Pavilion. It was a very famous place on Blue Moon Planet. It was the most well-informed place. Therefore, most saints would come to North Gazing Pavilion when they arrived. Lin Xian and the others naturally went to North Gazing Pavilion. When they reached the 9th floor of North Gazing Pavilion, they saw a familiar figure. The veiled woman was also here. Lin Xian didn't go over to greet them. Instead, he found a table by the window and sat down with Northern Devil and the Dark Red Dragon. They ordered some dishes and some wine. They were preparing to gather some information. On the other side, the masked woman's group had also discovered Lin Xian's group. Immediately, the little maid curled her lips. Humph. This guy really is like a ghost that won't leave. Sis, they're not following us, are they? The middle-aged woman said. That shouldn't be the case. This place was called North Gazing Tower. It was a good place to gather information. They should be here to gather information. Therefore, it was very normal for it to appear. What a coincidence. At this moment, another voice came from the staircase. It turned out that the green-armored man had come up. As soon as he saw the masked woman, he smiled and went up to greet her. The veiled woman did not wish to attract too much attention. Thus, she nodded in response. However, her tone was not very enthusiastic. When the green-armored man saw Lin Xian's group, he was surprised. He said, "We meet again. Since that's the case, let's have a drink." That was good too. Lin Xian's group also wanted to gather some information. Thus, the three of them went over. The few of them got to know each other briefly. Lin Xian could tell that other than the green-armored man, the veiled woman did not tell him the truth at all. She must have fabricated an identity. However, he did not mind because their identities were also fabricated. The man in light armor was called Tengshan. He was the young master of a large family. This time, he was also heading to the second astral realm. As for the veiled woman, everyone called her Fairy Rain. These people were said to be from a herb-gathering family. This time, they wanted to go to the second astral realm to gather an extremely precious spiritual herb. That was why they were heading there. As for Lin Xian's group, they did not hide much. They reported their names. However, the name Lin Xian was not famous. What was famous was the name Lin Wudi. Thus, when he said his name, the green-armored man was stunned. He only felt that it was a little familiar. However, he could not recall where he had heard it before. He did not think that it was Lin Wudi either. As for the veiled woman, it seemed like she had never heard of him before. Thus, they only exchanged some simple pleasantries. However, since both parties already had a preliminary understanding of each other, Lin Xian said calmly, "Fairy Rain, can you let me take a look at your necklace?" "Kid, I think you are very suspicious. You have been eyeing my sister all this time." The young maidservant was a little displeased. A strange glint appeared in her eyes. The veiled woman was stunned. Could it be that there was something special about her necklace? She asked, "Young master, do you like this necklace? Is it just an ordinary half-saint weapon?" As she spoke, she handed it over to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it and carefully sensed it. He realized that his previous guess was right. Thus, he returned it. "I don't know where you got this item. If it is just an ordinary item, I advise you to throw it away or sell it as soon as possible."
Don't keep it with you.
Sell it or throw it away. The other party was stunned. The light-armored man was also stunned. Could it be that there was something special about this necklace? Lin Xian shook his head and did not say anything else. He had already reminded him clearly enough. He could not say that the other party was being targeted. What if he provoked some unknown person to kill him again? Thus, he only kindly reminded him. As for how to deal with it, that was the other party's problem. The young maidservant asked several times for the reason. However, in the end, Lin Xian did not say anything. This made her very depressed and angry at the same time. Why was this guy so arrogant? He was just a first heaven sage. What was there to be arrogant about? What was the status of their young lady? Damn it. This guy was even more arrogant than their young lady. She could not tolerate this. Thus, she did not pursue the matter. The masked woman was also stunned. She nodded, but did not immediately throw it away. She just put it away. They were here. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Immediately, many people came up to the 9th floor. These people had powerful auras. Some even took out formations and boundaries to seal the entire 9th floor. The people on the 9th floor were discussing. A few of the sages were dissatisfied and released their divine aura. However, they were quickly warned. The Yun family is handling matters. Those who are unrelated, get out of the way. Whoever dares to resist will die, without a doubt.
What?
The Yun family. Many people trembled. Even the sages were stunned. They withdrew their divine aura and did not say anything. Instead, they silently walked into the distance. For a time, only Lin Xian, the masked woman, the green-armored man, and the others were left on the scene. These people were completely surrounded. It was them. Damn it, how dare they hit me? The bandits who escaped before were also here. Chapter 35:53. I was wondering who it was. So it's you guys who don't know what's good for you. How dare you come here? Do you want to die? The dark red dragon looked at these people and sneered. The others were in an uproar. Who are these people? How dare they go against the Yun family? Are they tired of living? The Yun family was one of the top families on Blue Moon, so no one dared to be impudent. Capture this snake. I'm going to pull out his tendons and skin him to make a belt. The robbers gritted their teeth. At the same time, I want these people to kill him as well. He pointed at Lin Xian, the man in light armor, and the others. Then, he looked at the masked woman. This girl is not bad. Capture him. I'm going to give him to young Master Yun. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people quickly attacked. Damn, I'll kill you. The dark red dragon rushed out and fought with those people. The masked woman and the man in light armor did not move because the dark red dragon looked very domineering. There were only a few people left. However, there were still people who broke through. They took the lead to kill the demon and Lin Xian. One of them was a burly man. He was a late-stage First Heaven Sage. He held a mountain-splitting axe in his hand and directly chopped down. This time, it could split the entire world in half.
Boom.
The terrifying axe landed on Lin Xian's body and made a sonorous sound. Many people closed their eyes. Because this attack could definitely split Lin Xian in half. It might even be able to kill him directly. Even many people on the side of the masked woman and the azure-armored man frowned. However, in the next moment, they were stunned because they saw a shocking scene. The attack that could split the world landed on Lin Xian's body and made countless sparks. However, Lin Xian did not move at all. He was not injured. There was not even a trace of a crack. How is that possible? Everyone on the 9th floor went crazy. Who is this person? The man in green armor and the masked woman were also stunned. What a strong physique. Could it be that he's a body tempering expert? Damn it, die. The burly man's hands were numb from the shock. At the same time, he let out another roar and chopped down with all his might. This time, the power was stronger than before, and the laws were also stronger. However, this time around, the axe was directly shattered. Not only that, the burly man vomited blood and was sent flying. His arms instantly turned into a bloody mist. The North Fae also joined the battle to help the dark red dragon. In no time at all, they sent all those people flying. This scene shocked everyone. The bandits were also stunned. They were so scared that they started to tremble. Heavens, aren't these three a little too ferocious? One of them swept through everything, and the other one's body was actually so valiant. Damn it, who are you people? The warriors of the Yun family roared crazily. Lin Xian said coldly, "You are not qualified to know my name." A middle-aged man walked over. "However, it's a pity that you met me. Let me tell you, we're from the Yun family, and we're young Master Yun's subordinates. If you offend us, you're dead meat." If he obediently surrendered now, he might still have a chance to live. What, young Master Yun? Young Master Go? It has nothing to do with me. Lin Xian said indifferently. The moment he said that, everyone's face changed. There was actually someone who dared to look down on young Master Yun, and even dared to insult and humiliate him. Does this kid want to die? Good kid, you've got guts. Just you wait. Those people obviously wanted to call for more help. Lin Xian smiled. He was willing to accompany them any time. Most of the people left, and only a small number of them stayed. The middle-aged man also stood in the distance, laughing coldly. The North Fae and the dark red dragon came back again, and the masked woman was shocked. Lin Xian did not even move from the start to the end, and his expression was incomparably calm. This person was very strange. Who was he? This piqued her interest. Thinking of this, she took off the green veil on her face, leaving only the last layer. Although it was still a little hazy, they could see a little more clearly. Instantly, many people exclaimed, "What a beautiful girl." No wonder the Yun family wanted to make a move. Even if young Master Yun saw her personally, he would be incomparably moved. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had to admit that this woman was very beautiful and had a myriad of different kinds of charm. Although half of her face was covered, her eyes were like limpid autumn water and could captivate souls. Was it an eyebrow technique? He looked and shook his head. No, it was innate. Thinking about it, it should be related to her body constitution and bloodline. Lin Xian guessed in his heart. On the other side, the light-armored man's face was flushed, and his eyes shone brightly. He said, "Don't worry, Fairy Rain. I know some people on Blue Moon Planet. I'll help you settle this matter." As he said that, he asked one of his subordinates to leave. It seemed that he was going to call for more help. Not long after, the subordinate returned, and at the same time, another man came. That man looked like a typical young master of a large family. He was dressed in luxurious clothes, and many of them were half-step sage artifacts. One could imagine that his identity was not ordinary. When the light-armored man saw that person, he immediately smiled and said, "Brother Yang, long time no see." "It's indeed you." When Yang Tai saw Ting Shan, he waved his hand and said, "What? Is it difficult? What trouble did you cause that you need me to settle?" There were indeed some matters that required Brother Yang's help. Ting Shan invited the other party over. Yang Tai raised his chin arrogantly, as if his identity was more honorable than Ting Shan. However, when he came near, he saw the masked woman. His eyes lit up, and he did not know how to address this fairy. Ting Shan said, "Brother Yang, this matter is related to Fairy Rain." As he said that, he gave a simple explanation. Then, he said, "Blue Moon Planet's young Master Yun dares to have designs on us." As he said that, he snorted coldly. Yang Tai was originally greedy for the masked woman's beauty, but when he heard that, he was stunned. He asked, "Young Master Yun?" "Which young Master Yun?" Blue Moon Planet had a moon bay. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered there, and the essence of the sun and moon. It was really an excellent place to cultivate and live. Blue Moon Bay was like a crescent moon that flowed on the ground. Those who could build palaces here were definitely the top families and sages with status. At this moment, in the center of the Moon Bay, there was a majestic hall. In the hall, there was singing and dancing. Every single one of the dancing ladies was extremely beautiful, and their cultivation was excellent. Some of them were even cultivation cauldrons for martial artists. At this moment, they were all surrounding those people. If there were other people here, they would definitely be shocked. These were all sages. Moreover, they were all extremely famous sages in Blue Moon Planet. At this moment, all of them were gathered together. Who could have such great power? These sages were facing such beautiful ladies. They were the best cultivation cauldrons. However, they did not care at all. Their gazes. They were all placed in front. At the forefront, there were two figures sitting there. They were two men and they looked very young. One of them was wearing a brocade robe and had a smile on his face. Chapter 35-54. Young Master Gao, come and have a drink. This is a 7,000-year-old spiritual wine. It's very precious. I've specially prepared it to entertain you, young Master Gao. The young man in a cloud robe smiled. The other man in a Taoist robe, young Master Gao, nodded slightly and drank a cup. However, there was a look of disdain in his eyes. A 7,000-year-old spiritual wine specially prepared to entertain him? To be honest, he didn't take it seriously. His status was much higher than the other parties. He had even drunk a 10,000-year-old spiritual wine before, let alone a 7,000-year-old spiritual wine. All of you, quickly serve young Master Gao. The young man in a cloud robe said again. He waved his hand, and the surrounding ladies swarmed around young Master Gao. The young man in a cloud robe was called Yun Hai. He was a young master of the Yun family. The Yun family was one of the top families in the Blue Moon Star. Hence, his status was extremely honorable. Wherever he went, he would be surrounded like a moon surrounded by stars. Even those sages had to be under his feet. However, at this moment, he was extremely fawning over young Master Gao because young Master Gao's background was even more extraordinary. Young Master Gao wasn't from the Blue Moon Star, but from the second astral realm. To be exact, he was from the second astral realm, Sky Thunder City. Sky Thunder City was much stronger than the Yun family. Not to mention the Yun family, even the entire Blue Moon Star combined couldn't compare to Sky Thunder City. Hence, he had to curry favor with young Master Gao. As long as he had young Master Gao's support, he would become the family head sooner or later. Not only that, he could make the Yun family the only overlord of the Blue Moon Star. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. At this moment, the sages below started chatting. Most of them were sucking up to young Master Gao. They also knew young Master Gao's identity. One of them said that there were more and more people heading to the Blue Moon Star. It seemed that they all wanted to go to the second astral realm. That's right. I heard that Wushuang City had a sage king recruiting disciples. This is definitely an earth-shattering event. So, what if it's Wushuang City? At this moment, young Master Gao snorted. The other sages were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Young Master Gao was right. No matter how powerful Wushuang City was, it couldn't be compared to Sky Thunder City. That was natural. The Sky Thunder City was extremely powerful, and as the genius of the Sky Thunder City, young Master Gao would definitely be able to sweep across all directions. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation of our first astral realm is a match for young Master Gao. Young Master Yun, who was at the side, also laughed. However, he snorted coldly in his heart. No opponent? That might not be the case. Putting aside the fact that Wushuang City had a Saint King overseeing it, it was not any weaker than Sky Thunder City. Furthermore, it was said that someone had killed 2 experts from the Sky Thunder City when they were refining the gold star. This matter caused an uproar. Of course, they didn't dare to mention it in front of young Master Gao. Otherwise, he would definitely go crazy. He wondered how many geniuses would be heading there this time. There should have been quite a lot of them in the past, but now there would probably be less of them. It was impossible for the 6 great sects to join. That's right, I heard that he was beaten by Lin Wuti to the point that he went into seclusion and didn't dare to come out for the next 500 years. That Lin Wuti was too strong. It was said that even the successor of a great emperor had been defeated by him. It was estimated that there were not many people among the younger generation in the first astral boundary who could be his opponent. Those sages sighed. This was definitely a peerless genius. At this moment, young Master Gao sneered. Lin Wuti? He was really arrogant. How dare he claim to be invincible? He was just an ant. If he went to the second astral boundary, he would probably be killed by anyone. Young Master Gao's eyes were filled with disdain. In his opinion, the people in the first astral boundary were just SOSO and couldn't enter his eyes at all. What Lin Wuti? He was just a bunch of ants. He was bragging too much. The other sages didn't dare to speak and could only nod repeatedly. Young Master Gao was disdainful, but they didn't dare to. They were in the first astral boundary and knew too much about the legends of Lin Wuti. Therefore, even young Master Yun didn't dare to say anything. If he really faced Lin Wuti, he would probably wet his pants. Anyway, Lin Wuti had nothing to do with them. They were mainly responsible for sucking up to young Master Gao. However, at this moment, the voice of a guard came from outside, and then a guard walked in. What's going on? Can't you see that I'm entertaining young Master Gao? Didn't you say that no one is allowed to disturb me? Young Master Yun was very displeased. However, the guard said that young Master Gao had an urgent matter to attend to. He leaned close to young Master Yun's ear and quickly transmitted his voice. Young Master Yun was instantly furious. What's going on? The saints below also asked the same question. Young Master Yun said, someone dares to provoke me. Moreover, my subordinate said that he found a peerless beauty and wanted to offer her to young Master Gao. Young Master Gao didn't care about the peerless beauty at first, but when his subordinate conjured that illusion, he was stunned. Then, a glint appeared in his eyes. Although the woman in the illusion was wearing a veil, he could tell at a glance that she was a peerless beauty. She was even more beautiful than all the other women combined. More importantly, she seemed to have a hint of charm that the others didn't have. Therefore, his interest was immediately piqued. Where's this woman? Initially, young Master Yun didn't care about a few ants. He could let the sages under him deal with them, but now that he saw young Master Gao, his interest was piqued. He also said, where are those people? Young Master, they are at the Northview Tower. The Northview Tower isn't too far away. Young Master Gao, why don't we go there? This Northview Tower is a very famous place on Blue Moon. Young Master Gao stood up. He didn't care about the Northview Tower, but he had to see the peerless beauty. On the 9th floor of the Northview Tower. At this moment, everyone was silent. Yang Tai's expression was very unusual. Ting Shan said, I don't know who young Master Yun is, but Brother Yang, you have to help us this time. At least protect Fairy Yu. Yang Tai's eyes flashed. If it was an ordinary young Master Yun, he naturally wouldn't care. However, he was afraid of the Yun family. If it was the top Yun family, he really didn't know how to deal with them. At this moment, the martial artists who were still standing in the distance sneered. The middle-aged man also snorted. Oh, isn't this the young master of the Yang family? What should I do? How dare you interfere in my business? Does the Yang family want to be exterminated? The moment those words came out, Yang Tai was instantly enraged. Someone actually dared to threaten him and even dared to exterminate his Yang family? I want to see who it is. He slammed the table and stood up. The next moment he almost knelt on the ground. He realized that he knew the middle-aged man. He was a deacon of the Yun family. Why was he here? Could it be? Chapter 35, 55. Ting Shan said, that's right, it's them. They called for reinforcements. We took care of them. Take care of your sister. Yang Tai quickly sat down and said in a low voice, How did you offend him? Thus, Tingshan gave a simple explanation of what had happened earlier. Yang Tai disappeared after hearing that. He looked at Lin Xian and the other two as if he was looking at a dead man. Then he said, Brother, do you know that you're in big trouble? You'd better not care about these people. They're going to die. He looked at Lin Xian and the others again and said, I advise you to let go of this woman because you can't afford to offend those people.
What?
Tingshan was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. Brother Yang, what did you say? I sent you here to protect us. How could you say something like that? Could it be that you're afraid of them? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't the Yang family a big family? Tingshan, although we know each other, you can't frame me like this. Do you want me to die? Yang Tai's voice was cold. He even distanced himself. He said, Do you know who you've offended? You've offended the young master of the Yun family. And the Yun family is one of the top families on Cerulean Moon Planet. The enormity of their strength is not something you can imagine. You're going to die for offending them. And you want me to help you? What a joke. As he spoke, he stood up. Seeing that we are acquaintances, you should go over and kowtow to him as an apology. I'll plead from the side. Maybe they'll spare your life. But them? Don't even think about it. They're going to die. The Yun family was one of the top families. They could do anything. Tingshan was completely stunned. The guards beside him were also trembling in fear. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate this time. Although the Tung family was a big family, they couldn't even compare to the Yang family, let alone the Yun family. If they fought head-on, they would definitely die. The masked woman frowned. It seemed that they were in trouble. The North Beast looked serious. The dark red dragon snorted. So, what if they're from a top family? I'll kill them with a slap.
Just you?
Yang Tai sneered and glanced at the dark red divine dragon and the others. 3 saints of the first heaven dared to boast like this? After all, just how many saints did the Yun family have? In their eyes, a first heaven sage was no different from an ant. He looked at Tingshan again. You've befriended such a person? Aren't you afraid of implicating your family? Hearing this, Tingshan took 2 steps back and distanced himself from Lin Xian and the others. He looked at the masked woman and said, Fairy Rain, why don't you come with me and apologize to him? Perhaps he will let us go. Impudent. Don't talk nonsense. How could my young miss possibly apologize? The little handmaiden instantly jumped up and retorted. Beside him, the northern demon let out a cold snort. He actually wanted to kowtow and apologize? What a spineless person. We disdain to associate ourselves with people like you. However, they were all top geniuses who had once stood at the peak of the world. Now they were kowtowing and apologizing to someone else? What a joke. They wouldn't do that even if they were beaten to death. However, Tingshan actually wanted to do that in order to save his own life. How despicable. Tingshan looked at the northern demon and sneered. You've completely offended the Yun family, and will definitely die. Therefore, there's no need for me to talk to you. I'm trying to persuade Fairy Rain. What do you think, Fairy Rain? Have you thought it through? Do you really want to go against the Yun family?
We've only met by chance.
You don't have to care about this. If you want to kowtow and apologize, go ahead. It has nothing to do with me. The masked woman's voice was extremely cold as she rejected him directly. With her status, she naturally wouldn't kowtow and apologize to the Yun family. She just didn't want to expose her whereabouts. First, he was mocked by Lin Xian and the others. Now, he was rejected by the masked woman. Tingshan's expression was extremely ugly. However, he knew the seriousness of the matter. He immediately stood up and sneered. Since you don't know what's good for you, forget it. As he spoke, he looked at Yang Tai with a pleading gaze. Yang Tai said, Follow me. Then they came to the side of the middle-aged man. Yang Tai smiled and said, Uncle Yun, this friend of mine is ignorant. He came from another world and doesn't know how powerful the Yun family is. I hope Uncle Yun can forgive us for offending the Yun family. As he spoke, he gave Tingshan a look. Tung Shan immediately knelt on the ground with a plop. The guards beside him also knelt on the ground. We offended Uncle Yun. We admit our mistakes. I hope Uncle Yun can spare our lives. As he spoke, he kowtowed and begged for mercy. Then he took out his storage ring. There were 50,000 gene of divine crystals and some natural treasures. I hope Uncle Yun can kindly accept it and spare us. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at this scene. He nodded slightly. Oh, if you know your mistakes and can change, you can still live. He looked at the storage ring again and held it with 2 fingers. He probed his soul's spirit into the ring and smiled. Young Master Tung, you can rise. Thank you, Uncle Yun. Tung Shan and the others felt as if they had been pardoned. They quickly stood up and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they turned their heads and looked in the direction of the masked woman and Lin Xian. They sneered. Let's see how you will die later. Damn, you really kowtowed and apologized? That was way too spineless, wasn't it? The dark red dragon snorted coldly. I can't believe I am drinking tea and chatting with you. How unlucky. As he spoke, he kept spitting saliva. Hey, what do you plan to do? The little maid looked at Lin Xian and the others. She realized that Lin Xian didn't seem to care at all. Other than the North Beast, who looked gloomy and serious, the other 2 didn't seem to care at all. Especially this dragon, who was basically provoking and ridiculing them. The other man, Lin Xian, sat there with a calm expression. He didn't seem to care at all. Was he pretending or was he scared out of his wits? What should I do? What should I do? If they don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they dare to attack, I will fight back. At most, I will destroy the Yun clan. Lin Xian drank a mouthful of spirit tea and said indifferently. When the others heard this, they were stunned. Destroy the Yun clan? Damn it, he dares to say this? Who is this kid? Is he crazy? On the other side, Yang Tai sneered. Tung Shan was also scared. Fortunately, he kowtowed and apologized early. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape. He didn't expect this kid to be such an idiot. Even the masked woman and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to say such arrogant words. Where did he get his confidence from? They weren't afraid because they were strong. That was why they weren't afraid. What did he rely on? 3 people at the first celestial layer, no matter how strong they were, how strong could they be? Chapter 3556. Kid, how dare you provoke the Yun family? You're courting death. The people in the distance roared furiously. However, they didn't dare to make a move. The dark red dragon and the North Demon's performance had shocked them. They could only wait for the experts from their families to arrive. Who's the one who doesn't put the Yun family in their eyes? At this moment, a cold shout came from outside the North Gazing restaurant. It was like thunder. Immediately, the middle-aged deacon and the others were overjoyed. Great, someone from the family had come. They looked at Lin Xian and revealed sinister smiles. Kid, let's see how you'll die later. There was a commotion on the lower floors. Then many people came up the stairs. These people's auras were very powerful. They were all saints. The laws on their bodies revolved around the world. Young Master Yun, you actually came personally. The middle-aged man had a high and mighty look in front of Yang Tai and Ting Shan. But now, when he saw the young man in front of him, he immediately became humble and walked over like a dog. This was because the person in front of him was the young master of his family.
He was his master.
Young Master Yun was also here. Yang Tai took a deep breath. Tung Shan's scalp went numb. Fortunately, he had kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to imagine what would happen to him. It was the young master of the Yun family. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Lin Xian and the others turned their heads. The masked woman and her group also looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. They didn't know who young Master Yun was, but they felt a familiar aura from the person beside him. The laws that he cultivated were very similar to those of Sky Thunder City. Could he be from Sky Thunder City? That's right, he was from Sky Thunder City. At this moment, an old man at the back said in a deep voice. He was a late-stage third heaven sage. He was the strongest person in the group, so he could recognize the other party's identity at a glance. Hearing this, the woman frowned and put on a few more layers of veil. It seemed like she wanted to hide her identity better, afraid that the other party would recognize her. This scene surprised Lin Xian. What was going on? Could it be that this woman knew the other party and didn't want to be recognized? He felt that this masked woman was full of mysteries. Up ahead, young Master Yun looked around and saw the veiled woman. Young Master Gao also saw her, and his eyes began to shine. However, the veil on her body actually blocked his soul probing. Therefore, he could not see what the other party looked like at all. However, the other party's eyes and the graceful aura on her body made his heart flutter. Before he could say anything, the middle-aged deacon beside him said respectfully, "Young Master Yun, it's that brat. Those fellows actually dared to provoke our Yun family. They even beat up our men. Young Master Yun, you must punish them properly." Humph. Young Master Yun turned his gaze over. Young Master Gao, who was beside him, also glanced at him. Then he didn't care at all. In fact, his heart was filled with disdain. 3 people at the first celestial layer were just ants. There was no need to care about them. Young Master Yun's eyes were also filled with disdain. You guys can't even handle 3 first celestial layer ants? What a bunch of trash. The middle-aged man was shocked and quickly knelt on the ground. Young Master Yun, don't blame me. The 3 of them are too strange. They don't seem to be ordinary first celestial layer saints. Humph. What's so special about them? Send a second celestial layer saint to capture them for me. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. Behind them, a saint walked up with a strong aura. Damn it, do you want to fight? I'll definitely tear you guys to pieces. The dark red divine dragon jumped out, and the North demon looked serious. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He shook the teacup in his hand and said calmly, "Oh, you dare to fight me?" As soon as he said that, the people on the 9th floor were speechless. This kid is too awesome. He's still so calm in front of young Master Yun. He even dares to threaten me? Young Master Yun also laughed. Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? Kid, which family are you from? Don't think that you can show off in your world. On Cerulean Moon, I'm the king. You have to kneel in front of me. Do you understand? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to make me kneel. Lin Xian stood up. Immediately, the people beside young Master Yun had cold expressions. They emitted biting cold killing intent and locked onto him. However, he didn't care at all. He took a step forward and arrived in front of young Master Yun. The distance between the 2 of them was very close. At that moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded again. Those who oppose me don't have a good ending. They either have their souls destroyed or their families exterminated. Even if they're lucky, they'll have to go into seclusion for hundreds of years. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Who is this kid? How dare he talk so big? That's right. Even the Yun family isn't that arrogant. Young Master Yun sneered. Men, capture him. I want to see how he can be arrogant in front of me. The second celestial layer saint attacked. A hand of law grabbed at Lin Xian. However, it stopped 1 meter away from Lin Xian. It couldn't move forward at all. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. The second celestial layer saint's expression changed drastically. He roared angrily, and the power of law danced around his body as he exerted all his strength. However, he couldn't move forward 1 centimeter. This scene caused him to be terrified. Oh no, this young man seems to be an extraordinary person. Young Master Yun's eyelids twitched. He asked again, "Who are you?" Although he was shocked, he wasn't afraid. He had brought many second celestial layer saints with him. Even if one of them couldn't defeat the other party, a group of them would definitely kill him. My name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Young Master Yun was stunned. He had never heard of that name. However, He was stunned in the next moment. That was because he heard the other party transmitting his voice to him. I have another name. My name is Linwoody.
What?
Linwoody. Young Master Yun's body trembled, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. The other party is the rumored Linwoody? That's impossible. After the shock, he shook his head in disbelief. However, in the next moment, he saw the other party's golden eyes. Through those golden eyes, he saw an image. It was an image of Lin Xian leading the Langistar to attack the 6 major sections. In that battle, countless powerhouses of the 6 major sects fell and were forced to seal their mountains for 500 years. The scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood made young Master Yun kneel on the ground. Cold sweat soaked the ground. The kneeling caused the entire 9th floor to be stunned. What's going on? Young Master Yun actually knelt. Moreover, he's kneeling to an unfamiliar young man. That was unbelievable. The people of the Yun family were also stunned. Even young Master Gao was stunned. Get up, young Master Yun. What's wrong with you? The surrounding saints roared crazily. Some of them even stared at Lin Xian. Damn brat, you actually dared to plot against young Master Yun. Die. Chapter 35:57. Damn it.
Stop it.
At that moment, young Master Yun roared. Hearing this voice, the 3 second heaven saints all stopped in midair. They felt their bodies stiffen, and their eyes were filled with doubt.
Why?
Why won't you let us kill him? That's right. Could it be that you're under an illusion and are being controlled by him? These people roared crazily. They did not believe that their young master would kneel to someone else. Damn brat, what kind of sorcery did you cast on our young master? Undo it. Let our young master go. Kneel and accept your death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is. They roared crazily and quickly surrounded Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. However, young Master Yun remained kneeling on the ground and shouted coldly, "Do you want me to die?" He's Lin Woody.
What?
Lin Woody. The sages were stunned. In the next moment, their eyes widened and their bodies trembled. Lin Woody? Is he the legendary Lin Woody? At that moment, they were terrified. Many of them almost knelt on the ground. On the 9th floor, the others were also in an uproar. They looked at Lin Xian in shock. He's the legendary Lin Woody? He's even younger than the rumors. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even the masked women's group looked at Lin Xian with great curiosity. Is this person very famous? Young Master Gao looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. Lin Woody? The legendary peerless genius of the first astral realm? It seems that he's just SSO. How strong can a level 1 sage be? It seems that the rumors are exaggerated. Indeed, there are no geniuses in this astral realm. They're all trash. His eyes were filled with disdain. On the other hand, the Yun family members were scared silly. How dare they go against Lin Woody? What a joke. What happened to those who offended Lin Woody? The great demon must have been killed. Yan Nanshan's fate was unknown. As for the 6 great sects, how many saints and geniuses had been killed? He had already been in seclusion for 500 years. Although the Yun family was strong, could they be stronger than the 6 great sects? Even the 6 great sects were no match for him. If they wanted to provoke Lin Woody, their families would probably be annihilated. Thinking of this, these people were terrified. On the other side, Yang Tating and Ting Shan were completely stunned. They didn't know Lin Xian before, but they had heard the name Lin Woody too many times. There were legends about Lin Woody everywhere. Now, they didn't expect this legendary person to be right in front of them. Previously, they had even ridiculed the other party. They were simply courting death. Thinking of this, the two of them went limp and fell to their knees with a plop, trembling nonstop. In an instant, all of the saints fell to their knees. Impossible. Damn it. How is this possible? How can he be Lin Woody? Among them, Ting Shan was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe it at all. Even Yang Taedong was stunned. They had Lin Wudi by their side. Did they still need to apologize to him? What a joke. Tung Shan especially regretted it. If he had a little backbone back then and waited for Lin Xian to reveal his identity, he could have enjoyed the Yun family kneeling to him. He wouldn't have knelt to the Yun family in advance. This made him completely embarrassed. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the surroundings and said calmly, "Now no one dares to make a move, right?" The surroundings were silent. Indeed, no one dared to make a move. Who would dare to make a move? The 6 great sects were the same. Isn't this too cool? The dark red divine dragon and the north demon also widened their eyes. They thought that Lin Xian would attack fiercely and kill everyone. However, they didn't expect that just by saying his name, he could intimidate a group of saints. This scene was too cool. Humph, Lin Wudi? A bunch of ignorant ants. In this world, who dares to claim to be invincible? At that instant, a cold laugh was heard, breaking the silence of the 9th city. Everyone's scalp went numb. They couldn't believe it.
Who was that?
Who dared to provoke Lin Wudi? Was he courting death? In the next moment, they saw that the person who spoke was a young man beside young Master Yun. This young man looked arrogant. He was wearing luxurious clothes, and he was carrying weapons. They had never heard of him. This person's identity shouldn't be simple. Previously, they thought that he was from the Yun family. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Even young Master Yun had knelt down, but the other parties still dared to provoke him. Young Master Gao Yu? Young Master Yun was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to refute him. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely suck up to Sky Thunder City. He wanted young Master Gao to fight with Lin Wudi. However, Lin Wudi's reputation was too strong. The Yun family didn't dare to take the risk. Hence, they knelt down directly. Young Master Gao's identity was obviously not ordinary. He said, "What kind of invincible are you? How dare you be arrogant in front of me? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and lick my shoes. I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll chop you into pieces. Who do you think you are?" Lin Xian frowned. He then looked at young Master Yun. "How dare you provoke me? Do you want to wipe out your family?" Hearing this, young Master Yun's scalp went numb. The sages behind him were also trembling. They hurriedly explained, "No, he's not from the Yun family. This was young Master Gao from the 2nd Astral Realm. He was from Sky Thunder City."
What?
"He's from the 2nd Astral Realm." The crowd was in an uproar. No wonder he dared to go against Lin Wudi. He's from the 2nd Astral Realm. The Sky Thunder City was definitely an extremely terrifying power. Most likely, no one here could be compared to them. No wonder they were so arrogant. They finally knew where they got their strength from. Among them, the masked woman's group sighed. Sure enough, their guesses were correct. Lin Xian laughed. Someone from Sky Thunder City. If they were from other saint cities, he might consider it. But Sky Thunder City? He didn't need to consider it all. Previously, he had killed 2 people from Sky Thunder City. One was a genius, and the other was a level 4 sage. Therefore, he instantly laughed when he met someone from Sky Thunder City. Damn brat. What are you laughing at? Do you dare to look down on Sky Thunder City? Young Master Gao was instantly enraged. Lin Xian's laughter was obviously malicious. He couldn't stand it when Lin Xian dared to look down on him. Humph. I'm laughing at you for being reckless. Do people from Sky Thunder City still dare to be arrogant in front of me? As he spoke, the bones on Lin Xian's face changed. Suddenly, a face appeared. When young Master Gao saw that face, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it, it's you. His eyes almost popped out because he was too familiar with this face. It was this face that had killed Lei Qianzhong and a 4th-layer sage. How could he forget it? This was simply a nightmare for Sky Thunder City. It's you. Chapter 3558.
Run.
Without another word, Young Master Gao tore apart the void and fled. Everyone on the 9th floor was stunned. Heavens, he actually fled. How was that possible? Even young Master Yun and the others were shocked. Although they had guessed that young Master Gao wouldn't dare to fight Lin Wuti, they hadn't expected it to be like this. The other party had actually fled. Fleeing without a fight. Was the gap between the two really that big? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even the geniuses of Sky Thunder City in the second astral world couldn't stop Lin Wuti. Even the masked woman and the others were stunned. Did Lin Wuti really have such power? But why had they never heard of him? Seeing him flee, Lin Xian coldly snorted. With his strength and speed, he should have already fled far away. He might even be about to leave this world. However, he didn't care. His heavenly fate divine eye transformed into a bow. His dragon-shaped sword Qi transformed into an arrow and shot out, piercing through the void. In the outer realm, young Master Gao let out a sigh of relief. He had already flown to the edge of this world. Soon he would leave this world. Damn it, it was too dangerous. It was actually that ruthless person. He had to report this to the Holy City and get experts to kill him. However, right after he finished thinking that, an arrow pierced through his body. Then, his body exploded into pieces with a loud bang.
Ah!
Young Master Gao screamed in fright. His broken body fled, leaving behind a trail of blood as it disappeared. He was truly stunned. His opponent had been able to injure him so easily from so far away. That method was heaven-defying. Lin Xian's simple attack had caused the Yun family to kneel and young Master Gao to flee. That method stunned everyone. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, calling the dark red divine dragon and the northern Yao. The three of them learned about the bewilderment fog ship from young Master Yun and prepared to leave. Only after Lin Wuti left did the 9th floor's people let out a sigh of relief. The Yun family's people were shocked. Lin Wuti wanted to take the bewilderment fog ship. It seemed he was going to the second astral world. That's great. That ruthless person is finally leaving the first heavenly realm. I wonder what kind of huge waves he will cause in the second heavenly realm. On the other side, the masked woman and her group also left quietly. Not long after they left, a young man with a pale face walked up the north-gazing tower. He sensed the aura around him, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. I can feel your aura. You just left. You can't escape. Red flames danced in his long and narrow eyes, as if there was a huge vermilion bird phantom. He instantly tore open the void and disappeared as well. The bewilderment fog ship was at the other end of the world. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, they felt a gust of sea breeze. The sea breeze was extremely cold. When it hit their bodies, it felt like a knife was cutting them. The storm seemed to be even more terrifying than the astral winds. Lin Xian and the others were shocked. This should be the sea breeze blowing from the chaotic star ocean, and this was only the seaside. This storm was already so terrifying. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the storms in the chaotic star ocean were. No wonder ordinary sages didn't dare to go to the chaotic star ocean. They also saw the so-called bewilderment fog and the dark red divine dragon. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, is this a ship? It's practically an island. That's right. Lin Xian was also shocked. They thought that the bewilderment fog ship was something like the spiritual state, but now it seemed that it wasn't. There were many islands floating in the sky, and they were huge. Moreover, there were cities, pavilions, and even mountains, forests, waterfalls, and springs on the island. Everything was there. Was this the bewilderment fog ship? They weren't sure. After asking around, they learned that it was indeed the bewilderment fog ship. It turned out that to go to the chaotic star ocean, especially to fight against the death fog, one needed chaos chi. These islands contained chaos soil. Therefore, it could lead to the death fog. Otherwise, other spirit ships wouldn't be able to pass through, unless those people brought along chaos soil alone. However, chaos soil was very precious and ordinary people couldn't get their hands on it. Although these 5 bewilderment fog ships were on the Blue Moon planet, the forces and masters behind them were all from the second astral realm. This time, there were a total of 13 bewilderment fog ships heading to the second astral realm, and 5 of them had already left. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the ship closest to him. This bewilderment fog ship was called the Milky Way because one could clearly see a Milky Way running through the entire huge island. Lin Xian and the others inquired about it. Just the boarding fee alone required 10,000 caddies of divine crystals per person. It could be said that it was very extraordinary. It was really a profiteering industry. This time, just this ship alone could accommodate millions of people. This wasn't the kind of situation where people would sit next to each other. Instead, everyone had their own cave abodes and were very far away from each other. There were even some top-notch places where no one was allowed to step into. Even so, it could still accommodate millions of people. One could imagine how big this island was. Just the boarding fee for this trip alone would be an astonishing figure. Moreover, this was just boarding the ship. The various expenses on it were even more astonishing. It could be said that without status and background, one wouldn't dare to board these islands. Lin Xian and the other 2 paid the boarding fee and boarded the ship. After boarding, they sensed that there were actually supreme-grade spirit veins intersecting. There were a total of 8 spirit veins scattered about. The closer a palace was to a supreme-grade spirit vein, the more expensive it was. Lin Xian and the others didn't need to pursue supreme-grade spirit veins, as they already had cultivation resources in their hands. Therefore, they found some ordinary palaces to stay in. Not long after Lin Xian boarded the ship, the masked lady and the others also arrived. The little maidservant's eyes lit up when she saw the Milky Way. "Miss, it's the Milky Way. Our luck is really good. If it's the Milky Way, then we can completely relax." The other guards also heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Milky Way wasn't controlled by their family, it was still under the banner of their ally. Therefore, the group of people walked over quickly. The masked lady took out a token, and the guards on the ship immediately reported it. Not long after, an old man flew down from the Milky Way ship and said respectfully, "It was Fairy Rain. Greetings, Fairy Rain. No need for formalities. Keep a low profile and bring us in." "Yes, please, Fairy Rain." The old man personally brought the masked lady and the others to the island. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Tianya, who was this woman? That old man was an elder on the Milky Way and had a very high status. Lan Yuexin and the other family leaders of the big families had to be respectful when they met him. Yet now, this old man was actually acting so respectfully toward a woman. This made them extremely curious. Chapter 3559. This woman was not simple. In fact, she was extremely complicated. Thinking of this, their faces turned bitter. One of them was Lin Wudi, a peerless genius whose name shook the first astral realm, and the other was a mysterious woman with such a noble status. As for him, he was also extremely arrogant and did not put anything in his eyes. However, in just a few short days, his confidence was completely shattered. Therefore, for a moment, he stood in front of the Milky Way, and his expression changed incomparably. This time, was there a need for him to go? Blue Moon. In a dark hall, the mysterious man was still shaking the wine glass in his hand. In front of him, the warrior who left returned once again and knelt on one knee on the ground. "Young master, they have already boarded the ship." "Oh? Which one is it?" "The Milky Way." "The Milky Way?" It seemed that his luck was not bad. However, it was still useless. Even if he boarded the Milky Way, he could not save her fate. The mysterious man drank the spirit wine in his hand and then stood up. She was already in the net. It was time to make a move. "You Shirchia, you can't escape from our grasp." The Milky Way. There were more and more people on the ship, and it had already exceeded 2 million. At this time, the pale man who seemed to be sick also came. He felt for a while, and a flame appeared in his eyes again. "She came here?" It seemed that she wanted to leave. Well, he would deal with her on the way. He also paid 10,000 caddies of divine crystals and then boarded the island. When it reached 3 million people, an array formation was set up around the Milky Way, and no one was allowed to board the ship. Next, the huge island slowly flew into the distance. Not long after, it completely left the blue moon and entered the universe.
Whoosh.
On the island, everyone looked around curiously because most of them boarded the Milky Way for the first time, and it was also their first time going to the second astral realm. Therefore, they were very curious about what the legendary scattered star sea was like. They had not seen the scattered star sea yet, but they first felt a huge storm blowing from all directions. The wind blew on them, making a thunderous sound. Soon, the array formation around them flickered and blocked the storm, but it did not completely eliminate it. Feeling the sea breeze of the scattered star sea was also a unique experience. What a terrifying sea breeze. Was that the scattered star ocean? Heavens, this disarray star ocean is too big, isn't it? Those worlds and planets are actually like islands. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. The surrounding people all saw that they had already entered the chaotic star ocean. Light flickered all around them. They were worlds of various sizes, but compared to the scattered star seas, they were like islands in the middle of the sea. The scattered star seas was truly too vast. Flying alone was simply courting death. Compared to heaven and earth, humans were truly too insignificant. Looking at the strange sea scenery, the northern monster was filled with emotion. At the side, the dark red divine dragon said, "It wasn't just humans. Compared to the universe, a world was much more insignificant. The two of you, don't be discouraged. Although we seem very insignificant now, we can still shine brightly without a future." The primeval emperors could suppress the entire universe by themselves. At that level, the disarray star sea was just a puddle of water in his palm. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. That's right. We have to advance towards the path of the primeval emperors. The northern monster and the dark red divine dragon also took a deep breath. Oh my, the three of them at the first heaven were actually fantasizing about the primeval emperors. What wishful thinking. What a joke. They were courting death. At that moment, a disdainful voice was heard. Lin Xian frowned. He turned around and saw a group of people walking over arrogantly. The one who spoke was a man. He was sitting on a majestic demon wolf. The demon wolf had actually reached the sage state. That was the Howling Moon demon wolf. It was extremely terrifying and powerful. Ordinary first heaven sages were no match for it. At that moment, it was actually being used as a mount. This man's identity was definitely not ordinary. That person revealed a disdainful smile and then left. Damn it, I really want to kill them. What's there to be arrogant about riding a stupid wolf? The dark red divine dragon was unhappy. The northern monster said, "Forget it. How can a sparrow know the ambitions of a swan? There's no need to get into a conflict with them." In the following days, they began to familiarize themselves with the island. It had to be said that this island was very magical. They also saw the Milky Way that shuttled through the island. They could feel the powerful aura of the Milky Way and were extremely emotional. At night, Lin Xian stood on the Milky Way and looked at the distant scattered star ocean. Looking at the night scenery, he was even more emotional. This was very useful for him to comprehend the great path of heaven and earth, especially after experiencing the vastness of the scattered star ocean. Although the Milky Way was very big, its speed was not slow at all. It was almost twice as fast as the spirit ship that Lin Xian and the others were on. Even so, it would still take a year to reach the second astral realm. It seemed that they would have to spend this year on this island. However, just 10 days later, something happened. That night, suddenly, the Milky Way shook violently. Everyone was awakened by the shaking. They walked out of the palaces and pavilions, their faces full of confusion. What's going on? Is the Milky Way under attack? The sages who were meditating outside also opened their eyes, their faces full of confusion. They had no idea what was going on. They only saw monstrous waves in the distance that were enough to swallow an entire world. In the center of the island, where the Milky Way surrounded, there was a palace. That was the best control hall for the Milky Way. That was where the person in charge of the ship lived. At this moment, the powerhouses and sages in the main hall were also awakened. Through the array formation, they looked at the scene outside and soon frowned. It shouldn't be. We've deduced that there shouldn't be such a powerful storm these days. Moreover, our route was planned, so there shouldn't be such a violent storm. 2 old men held the 8 trigrams, their expressions uncertain. The others were also discussing. What happened? Did someone attack us? Impossible. They didn't feel the aura of others. Some people also held the light ball and frowned. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the array formation light screen, his face extremely pale. Look, what's that? Everyone turned their heads and looked. The next moment they gasped. That was because they saw a huge black tentacle on the screen. It slapped the seawater, stirring up waves that could swallow the world. Doomsday octopus. Heavens, why is that thing here? In the Milky Way, those people were completely stunned. They hurriedly activated all the arrays and let everyone in. Also, change the route and avoid the Doomsday octopus. It shouldn't be attacking us. It's just passing by here. We still have hope of survival. These people moved quickly. Chapter 30, 560. They also saw a huge tentacle that blotted out the sky for tens of thousands of miles. It fell from the sky and hit the nearby seawater. The waves created by the explosion engulfed the entire island. Everyone retreated in fear. But at this time, the entire island was incomparably dazzling, directly sealing the island. The seawater hit the formation and then quickly flowed away. At the same time, a loud voice sounded between heaven and earth. Everyone listen up. Immediately enter the palace. We will activate the formation. Hearing this, everyone moved. They turned into a stream of light and flew to their own palace. During this time, some experienced people also said to leave quickly. This is a world-destroying octopus. It's very terrifying.
What?
World-destroying octopus. That's a terrifying existence that can destroy a world. It's definitely a heaven-defying beast. Countless screams rang out, and even the dark red dragon gasped in shock. At this time, the elder on the Milky Way spoke again. Everyone, don't panic. Although it's a world-destroying octopus, it's not attacking us. It should be just passing by. We will quickly change our course. As he said that, everyone could clearly feel that the Milky Way was changing direction. Lin Xian looked at the huge octopus and was also shocked. Without the Milky Way's formation, it would be absolutely difficult to escape from such a world-destroying octopus. Even a minor saint wouldn't be able to escape, right? Kid, don't just stand there, hurry up and leave. The dark red dragon said. Lin Xian said, it shouldn't be a problem. I want to feel the power of this world-destroying octopus up close. Well, if they stayed here, they would be able to see that huge figure outside. Every attack was incomparably terrifying. The Milky Way flew for 4 hours before completely shaking off the world-destroying octopus. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's too terrifying. This scene greatly touched Lin Xian. Next, he began to cultivate and comprehend the Great Tao. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Lin Xian and the others came out again. They heard that the blue sky flower on the Milky Way had bloomed, and many people went to see it. Bailuo, which meant blue sky, was rumored to be even rarer than the Bailuo flower. Who would have thought that there would be one on the Milky Way? At the foot of the mountain, there was a small valley. Inside the valley, there were some jade fall flowers. It was abnormally ethereal. It was as dazzling as the blue sky. What was even more shocking was that there was a woman standing near the falling jade flower, a woman with a veil on her face. That woman was so beautiful. Yes, although I couldn't see her face clearly, I felt that she was very enchanting.
Get out of the way.
A loud voice rang out. Following that, a huge force surged forward, pushing back the people in front. Those who came here were either saints or geniuses. They were naturally furious that they had been forced to retreat. Their bodies were surrounded by nomological laws, and a powerful force suppressed the surroundings. But soon, they cried out in surprise. An even more terrifying power swept over, forcing them to retreat.
Who was it?
They all turned their heads. They saw a gigantic howling moon demon wolf appear before them. The demon wolf was tall and terrifying. Its demonic aura surged into the sky. And on the howling moon demon wolf, there was a man sitting cross-legged. His face was arrogant. There were some saints walking around him. They were obviously guardians. It was someone from the Yu family. It was young Master Yu. Many people exclaimed. When they heard this name, they all stepped aside to make a path. Young Master Yu sat on the demon wolf and walked forward with a cold smile. He had also come to see the blue jade falling flower. However, when he saw the beautiful figure standing beside the blue jade falling flower, his eyes immediately lit up. There was a beauty. He jumped off the demon wolf and walked forward. He didn't expect to meet such a beauty here. How should I address you? Young Master Yu went up to her. Yu Shichia's eyes flickered, as if she was in a daze. When she saw someone walking over, she frowned slightly. To be honest, since she was already on the Milky Way, she could completely relax. So if someone dared to get close to her, she would have scolded them. But now she didn't. 2 days ago, she was tidying up her storage ring and found her necklace. She had been carrying this necklace with her, but when she met Lin Xian, she was told to sell or throw it away. At that time, Yu Shichia didn't care. But when she found out about Lin Xian's identity and strength, she was shocked. There must be a reason why he said that, so they studied it carefully. Sure enough, they found a problem with the necklace. It turned out that there was an array on the necklace. It was a tracking array that could lock onto her position. She immediately destroyed the necklace and checked everyone's body, including the things they were carrying. Although she didn't find any tracking arrays, their expressions were not good. Especially Yu Shichia. She knew that she was being followed. And it was almost a month after she stepped on the Milky Way that she found out. Damn it, who was following her? That person must have also boarded the Milky Way, so she couldn't be careless now. Because the bloodline of the Yu family was very special, many people had ideas about her. Because of this idea of keeping a low profile, she didn't chase this Sir Yu away. Otherwise, she might have killed him with a slap. Seeing that the beauty didn't reject him, this Sir Yu was even more proud and began to show off. In the valley, the others were chased away. Get lost. Our Sir is here to admire the flowers. Everyone else get lost. Many people were forced to retreat. Some of the stronger ones stayed, but they were very far away. The howling moon demon wolf sat at the entrance of the valley, its powerful body suppressing the area. The Yu family was very strong. This time, they had brought many saints, so ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. The valley in front should be the falling flowers. Lin Xian and the others also walked over. There were many people outside the valley. It seemed that many people were admiring the flowers. But when they arrived, they found that something was wrong. These people were only outside and didn't dare to go in. Looking carefully, they found that there was a demon wolf at the entrance of the valley. No wonder the others didn't dare to go in. The demon wolf was blocking the entrance. And it seemed that this group of people's identities were not simple. Kid, what should we do? The dark red dragon looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, what can we do? We're here to admire the flowers. No one can stand in our way. Previously, the other party had mocked them. At that time, Lin Xian didn't care. How could a swallow know the ambitions of a swan? So he didn't care. Now, he didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. They directly blocked the path and didn't let others admire the flowers. Chapter 3561. That brat actually went up. Many people exclaimed. Three first firmament people were too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, right? That's right. Not to mention whether they could beat the howling moon demon wolf or not. Even if they could, would they dare to make a move? Ignorant of life and death. Someone sneered. Of course, there were also people who kindly reminded that the three of you must not go over. That was the Yu family. Didn't you see that even ordinary second firmament saints did not dare to oppose them? The three of you should not go over and court death. Regarding the discussions of those people around, Lin Xian and the rest did not pay attention to them at all, walking forward in large strides. Very soon, they arrived at the front of the valley. In front of the valley, the howling moon demon wolf raised its huge head and looked at Lin Xian trio. Its eyes were filled with thick disdain. Three ants scram. It spoke human language, its voice like thunder. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. These three people were really too ignorant of life and death. Already reminded it that that was the Yu family's young master, and the other party actually still dared to go up. Looks like there should be 3 more corpses. Io, a wolf cub actually also dares to be arrogant in front of this emperor. Who gave you the guts? The dark red divine dragon laughed coldly and directly roared. Dragon blood surged, instantly enveloping the howling moon demon wolf entirely. The howling moon demon wolf originally still wanted to show its might and finish off the 3 ants. But in the next instant, it was enveloped by this aura. Immediately, it was frightened until its entire body turned cold, directly prostrating on the ground. This shocking scene left everyone dumbfounded. What was the situation? The howling moon demon wolf was actually prostrating on the ground.
It shouldn't be.
One had to know that this was young Master Yu's mount. Normally, even when encountering second firmament saints, it would not take them seriously. It could be said that it was used to strutting around. At this moment, why was it prostrating in front of 3 first firmament saints? They had yet to figure it out when they saw Lin Xian walk up. With a kick, he directly sent the howling moon demon wolf flying. The howling moon demon wolf cried out miserably. Its body was like a meteor, crashing into the valley.
Fuck.
Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Who was this person? So fierce. Even though the howling moon demon wolf was not big in size, it was still a rare breed after all. The strength of its body was absolutely terrifying. Ordinary saints of the same level would not be able to break through his defense at all. But now there was actually someone who could send him flying with a kick. This young man was incredible. Someone sneered. He dared to hit young Master Yu's mount. He was dead meat. Offending the Yu family, he reckoned that he would not be able to walk out of this valley alive.
Boom.
An earthquake came from the valley. The howling moon demon wolf crashed into the ground, causing countless cracks to appear on the ground. Miserable cries could be heard, and the valley was in a state of chaos. Clearly, the people in the valley did not expect such a scene. Young Master Yu was also stunned. His mind was blank. What was going on? His mount had been sent flying by someone? Furthermore, he was severely injured. In the next moment he screamed, "Damn it, who is it? Who dares to attack my mount? Get over here and accept your death." The others also looked at each other. It seemed like there was going to be a good show to watch. Where did this dog come from? How dare he block our way? A faint voice came from outside the valley. Then Lin Xian and the other 2 walked over. "Damn it, it's you guys." Young Master Yu saw Lin Xian at a glance. His face immediately turned completely gloomy. "It was you guys who attacked my mount?" His eyes surfaced with a piercing, killing intent. Regarding these 3 people, he still had an impression, because a few days ago he had once met these 3 people. At that time, these 3 people were still yearning to be great ancient emperors. He mocked them in disdain. 3 first firmament ants, daydreaming like this. What fools. It was just that he did not expect that today, these 3 people were actually so daring to injure his mount. No matter what, he would not let these 3 people off. "The 3 of you kneel down and kowed out to my mount to apologize. I can give you guys an intact corpse." Regarding this kind of threat, Lin Xian did not care at all. You guys better apologize to me obediently first, then bring your people and get out of this valley. Don't disturb my mood of admiring flowers. Otherwise, your outcome will be very miserable. Threatening me? Young Master Yu was stunned. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. They had not seen such a scene for many years already. Someone actually dared to threaten young Master Yu. Was he tired of living? Young Master Yu was so angry that he laughed. Good lad, it has been many years since anyone dared to say such things to me. You are the first. I will make you pay a painful price. Men, catch him and break his limbs. I will pull out his tendons and skin him. I will train him to be my second mount. This is the consequence of offending me. Hearing young Master Yu's words, the surrounding people were so frightened that their scalps went numb. This was simply a demon. Yes, young master. Two sages walked up. One of the sages stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. His expression was incomparably cold and disdainful.
Sigh.
I already said that I don't want to attack, but you guys don't know what's good for you. I have no choice. Lin Xian shook his head. He did not attack, but the dark red divine dragon and the north demon beside him did. The dark red divine dragon slapped with his claw. You bastard! How dare you attack me? His dragon claw collided with the other party's palm. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the laws of heaven and earth were shattered. Screams rang out. The sage's hand was directly shattered. He screamed as he retreated. On the other side, the north demon also punched and sent the sage, who had rushed over flying. In the blink of an eye, two of the Yu family's sages were injured. No one dared to believe this scene. Young Master Yu's expression darkened. He was incomparably savage. Damn it, what are you guys doing? Can you even deal with 3 ants? Just kill them directly. There's no need to hold back. He was winning the heart of the beauty. He had already pretended to be impressive. Now, someone actually dared to destroy his noble image. How could he tolerate this? If he couldn't even deal with 2 or 3 ants, what would this masked woman in front of him think of him? Hence, he was furious. The sages under him instantly charged over. 5 sages surrounded Lin Xian and the others. On the other side, Yu Shijie was also shocked. It was him. She also saw Lin Xian. She didn't expect him to also come to admire the flowers. What a coincidence. But looking at the other party, it seemed like he was in endless trouble. Oh my, he still dares to attack and kill us? The dark red divine dragon laughed coldly. North demon, the 2 of us don't need to hold back. The 2 of them charged up and stood together with the 5 sages. The battle was very intense, but it ended quickly. Sage Wu Zun was beaten up like a dead dog. He fell to the ground and kept screaming. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon stood in the void and laughed coldly. Everyone went crazy. These 2 saints of the first celestial layer were too strong, right? They could actually fight 2 against 5. It was simply unbelievable. You guys. Young Master Yu was scared silly. The sages under him were all sent flying. This was simply too unbelievable. Chapter 3562. Soon, he calmed down and sneered. You have some tricks up your sleeve, but so what? I'm from the Yu clan. Do you dare to touch me? After he finished speaking, he was enveloped by a large golden hand that grabbed him. Lin Xian grabbed him and sneered.
Why?
Do you think I don't dare to touch you? The last time you provoked me, I was in a good mood and spared your life. Now, you want to kill me. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of the Yu clan, you good-for-nothing thing. How dare you touch me? Young Master Yu screamed crazily. He had never encountered such a situation. However, the answer he got was a slap. With a smack, half of his face was smashed into mush. Why wouldn't I dare? Although Lin Xian didn't say anything, he used his actions to prove his point. After the first slap, there was a second and third slap. Crisp slaps were heard. After young Master Yu's face was smashed, it recovered immediately. However, it was smashed again. This scene was too shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was young Master Yu, the young master of the Yu clan. He was high and mighty, and looked down on everyone. At this moment, he was being held by the neck and slapped crazily. Young master! The surrounding sages screamed again. Their young master was being beaten. They rushed over crazily. However, they were all sent flying by Lin Xian with a slap. Many sages' bodies were smashed. Their sage blood danced between heaven and earth. Young Master Yu was dumbfounded. This young man in front of him was definitely a heaven-defying genius. Therefore, he quickly begged for mercy. "Hero, please spare my life. I was wrong. I'll apologize to you." In the face of death, pride and dignity were all useless. No matter how arrogant young Master Yu was before, he had to bow to Ling Xian now. "Oh, apologize? How are you going to compensate me?" Lin Xian stopped. Seeing that he was no longer being beaten, young Master Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "I was in the wrong today. I offended the hero. I'll compensate you. I'll give you 10,000 caddies of divine crystals. How about that? 10,000 caddies? Do you think I'm a beggar?" The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. The boarding fee was 10,000 caddies of divine crystals. This was not enough at all. "Then I'll give you 50,000 kilograms. Young Master gritted his teeth. 50,000 was already a lot. Many people were moved. It seemed like young Master Yu was really going to beg for mercy. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. 500,000, and I'll spare your life." "What 500,000 caddies?" Young Master Yu screamed. "This is robbery. One must know that back when he bought the 3,000 ancestral green gold, he had only spent 50,000 jin. Now that he had 500,000 jin, how many precious metals and materials could he buy? It was definitely enough to make those sages go crazy." Sure enough, the eyes of the surrounding people instantly turned red. They couldn't believe that this kid was asking for too much. What? The dignified Yu family's young master could not even take out 500,000 caddies of divine crystals? How disappointing. In that case, I can only continue to educate you. With that, Lin Xian raised his golden hand. Seeing this scene, young Master Yu was so frightened that he trembled. He was about to cry. He was not willing to be slapped in the face in public again. Moreover, he was unable to resist at all. However, he really wasn't willing to take out 500,000 caddies of divine crystals. Therefore, he cried and said, "Hero, I didn't bring so many divine crystals with me when I came out. Why don't you let me go and I'll gather some?" He was obviously trying to escape. How could Lin Xian not understand? He said with a smile, "You didn't bring so many with you, right?" As he said that, he waved his hand. A biting cold sword light accompanied by the law flew out. It directly split the Howling Moon Demon Wolf beside him into two halves. The Howling Moon Demon Wolf screamed, and its body twitched. Its soul was directly destroyed, and it couldn't be reborn at all. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What a terrifying method! Young Master Yu was so frightened that he wet his pants. He was so frightened that he trembled all over. This person in front of him could destroy the Howling Moon Demon Wolf's body and soul with one move. He reckoned that killing him was also a matter of a sword. Thinking of this, his eyes were filled with horror and he stuttered. "Now, have you brought them all?" Lin Xian asked. "Yes, I brought them all." Young Master Yu kept nodding. He took off his storage ring and said, "There are about 200,000 caddies of divine crystals in it. The rest are some medicinal pills, cultivation technique manuals, natural treasures, and so on. They should be worth 200,000 caddies of divine crystals. I'll get my subordinates to gather the remaining 100,000 caddies." As he said that, he turned his head and looked at the 5 sages. "The 5 of you, quickly hand over your storage rings." "Young Master," the 5 sages were obviously unwilling. "Damn it, do you want me to die?" Young Master Yu roared crazily. Sage Wuzun had no choice but to throw out his storage ring. Young master, you said, these should be enough for 500,000 caddies of divine crystals. Lin Xian threw it to the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon glanced at it and nodded slightly. Lin Xian said, don't be too arrogant, especially outside. Your family can't protect you, understand? Understood. Young master, you nodded desperately, but he was gritting his teeth. Damn it, I've completely lost this time. I must get back my face. Lin Xian said again, I'll spare your life this time. But if you dare to provoke me again, I won't hesitate to destroy your body and soul. I don't care which family you're from. Speaking of this, a cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Young Master Yu was scared out of his wits. He felt like he was surrounded by a sea of blood. What kind of murderous intent is this? Who is this guy? Why is he releasing such a terrifying murderous intent? The surrounding people were also trembling, their faces filled with fear. All right, you can get lost now. Lin Xian waved his hand and young Master Yu hurriedly left with his men. This scene made everyone inside and outside the valley gasp. They thought that the 3 first heaven cultivators would definitely die after offending young Master Yu. Who would have thought that the unlucky one would be young Master Yu? Not only was he slapped, but he also had to pay 500,000 caddies of divine crystals. For a moment, everyone was guessing who these 3 people were. Within the crowd, a man with a pale face looked like he was sick. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. How dare you be so arrogant? You'll die soon. Buzz. As if he felt a murderous intent, Lin Xian suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. The people behind him were shocked. They didn't retreat. Lin Xian glanced around and frowned. He realized that the murderous intent had disappeared without a trace. What's wrong? Northern Demon asked. Lin Xian said, someone seemed to be staring at me just now, but the gaze was burning. Could it be someone from the Yu family? Dark Red Divine Dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not sure yet. He turned his head and looked ahead. Fairy Yu, what a coincidence. You're admiring the flowers too. Yu Shirqia nodded. Yes, what a coincidence to meet young master again. I have to thank you. What are you thanking me for? It's nothing. Chapter 3563. She said, I want to thank you for reminding me about the necklace. Have you discovered the secret of the necklace? Yu Shirqia nodded. She had already discovered it, but it was too late. Still, she wanted to thank her. Lin Xian wanted to ask a few more questions, but Yu Shirqia didn't seem to be in the mood to admire the flowers. She nodded slightly and left. After Yu Shirqia left, a man in a black robe in the crowd sneered and disappeared. No one noticed this. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned. It was too late. What did that mean? Could it be that the person who followed Yu Shirqia had already arrived on the Milky Way? He was very confused about this, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Yu Shirqia's status was obviously not ordinary. Even if there was trouble, he didn't need to do anything. Not long after this, an old man walked over. Lin Xian recognized him. He was one of Yu Shirqia's guards. Lin Xian was very surprised by his arrival. The old man's expression was serious. Mr. Lin, you've met my young miss a few times. Is it intentional or is it fate? Lin Xian frowned. What did that mean? Did he suspect him? As expected, the dark red dragon snorted. Old man, you don't know the rules. We're the ones who saved your little, big sis, okay? You don't have any gratitude at all. How dare you threaten us? It's not a threat, it's a warning. I hope you can keep a distance from our young miss. This is for your own good. I think you're overthinking. The first time was because of the trip to Blue Moon. The second time was because of the Yin family. The third time is this time. I'm here to admire the flowers. I'm not here for your Yu family. This is for the best. With that, the old man turned, tore open the void, and left. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but he didn't care. The dark red dragon was furious. Fuck. Good intentions were treated as bad intentions. Lin Xian waved his hand. Forget it, it was best to keep a distance. They were probably being watched. Let's not get involved in this mess. Let's take care of the flowers. The jade fall flower was very beautiful and contained a mysterious aura. It could allow Lin Xian and the others to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. Furthermore, after Lin Xian chased young Master Yu away, there were more and more people in the valley. After a few days, Lin Xian left. On the other side, Fairy Rain returned to her palace. Elderly, did you look for young Master Lin? Yes. I warned him to keep his distance from us. Sis, he is too flamboyant and has offended too many people. Although he is Lin Wudi, he is no longer in the first astral realm. The more people he offends, the more attention he will attract. Now that we are being followed, we shouldn't be too conspicuous. Therefore, it was very wise to keep a distance. Yu Shiqia nodded and didn't say anything. Indeed, she had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. She kept feeling as if there was a pair of eyes staring at her. However, even after searching the entire Milky Way, she still couldn't find who the suspicious person was. Until now, she felt that everyone was suspicious. Therefore, she just shut herself in. After admiring the sky-falling flowers, Lin Xian and the others also went back. After about 10 days, it became lively again. It turned out that some people had teamed up to organize a small banquet. Firstly, it was too boring on the Milky Way. Secondly, there was still a year before they reached the second astral realm. Therefore, it was best for everyone to gather and get to know each other. This banquet was held in a huge palace near the Milky Way. Many young prodigies were preparing to go. After all, they were all going to the second astral realm. They were unfamiliar with the place, so they naturally had to stick together. Lin Xian and the others naturally went as well. After arriving, they realized that there were many people. He looked around and didn't see the masked woman. It seemed that she didn't come. Next, they found a place. The three of them sat down and waited for the banquet to begin. After the banquet began, Lin Xian felt a little bored. Because these people were flattering each other and forming cliques, there wasn't much that was really valuable. As for the strength of these people, he glanced at them and shook his head slightly. Among the younger generation, there wasn't anyone that caught his eye. However, among them, there were two people that surprised him. One of them was a man with a pale face who looked like he was sick. When he saw him, the other party turned his head and didn't look at him. He only saw the side of his face and back, which made him feel very strange. Because he felt that he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. The other person was a man in a black robe. He sat there very leisurely and calmly, as if he was a king who ruled over everything. He coldly looked at the entire hall. When Lin Xian looked at him, the other party also looked at him with a shocking light in his eyes. This person was not simple. Lin Xian was astonished. Someone who could pique his interest was definitely a genius of a region. However, he didn't know him, nor had he heard of such a person in any of the major sections. The banquet was quite boring. Lin Xian and the others were about to leave, but at this time, someone said loudly, "Everyone, after chatting for so long, why don't I tell you about the second astral realm?" The second astral realm. Hearing this, everyone was interested and walked towards that person. Lin Xian and the others were also stunned. They stopped and sat back down. They originally wanted to leave, but now that there was news about the second astral realm, they might as well stay and listen. The person who spoke was on the Milky Way. He often traveled between the first and second astral realms. Therefore, he knew a little about the second astral realm. Everyone couldn't wait to ask, which sects are the most powerful in the second week? Your question is too broad. The second astral realm is very vast. If you want to ask about the most powerful sects, I really don't know. Actually, I only know a rough idea. Let me tell you this. The most powerful sects in the second astral realm are those who are famous. For example, Wushuang City, which is preparing to accept disciples this time, is one of the most famous sections. They have a saint throne. Generally, the top saint cities are like this. One level lower is the Saint Venerable. Although they are not as powerful as the Saint King, they are still extremely terrifying. Saint King and Saint Venerable. Everyone gasped. To them, these were legendary figures. They were like immortals. Then, who are the more famous geniuses in the second astral realm?
Someone asked again.
As soon as this question came out, everyone was interested again. Well, I do know a little about this. Listen carefully. The man cleared his throat and looked at the excited and worshipful eyes of the crowd. It was really cool to be the center of attention. Chapter 3564. The Rain Clan was extremely powerful, occupied 2 star worlds. In the Rain Clan, the most famous geniuses were their princess and young master. The princess of the Rain Clan, Eushirchia, was incomparably beautiful and charming. Moreover, her bloodline was very special. It was the most famous 10,000 spirit bloodline in the Rain Clan. The Rain Clan's bloodline was originally very special. Water nourished all living things. Therefore, if one married a member of the Rain Clan for a long time and cultivated, it would have a great effect on one's strength. Therefore, in the Rain Clan, regardless of gender, they were very popular. Especially the disciples of the other large clans and sects, they wished they could marry a beauty or a genius of the Rain Clan. Eushirchia's 10,000 spirit bloodline was the most powerful one among them. Therefore, the number of people who pursued her could probably circle the planet 3 times. She also had a younger brother, who was even more extraordinary. He was called Euchinya. He was not old, but his strength was extremely strong. He was already a 3rd heavenly layer saint. That man roughly explained the situation of the Rain Clan, causing the people in the main hall to be dumbstruck. Were the women of the Rain Clan so mysterious? When they married, they could actually improve themselves and even change their life level and bloodline. No, wait until I reach the 2nd heavenly realm. I must find a way to marry a beauty of the Rain Clan. The effect of ordinary Rain Clan disciples would definitely be weak. Only extremely talented people would have a significant effect. For example, the legendary Eushirchia. If I could get her, many people laughed. Idiot. The man in black, who looked down on the main hall, sneered. Others also said that such a person should not think about it. Unless one was a peerless genius, it would be impossible to get her. As expected, the man who introduced them laughed. You guys don't have any ideas about Eushirchia. The experts of the 2nd heavenly realm are all watching. You guys should cultivate for a few hundred years first. Many people were silent. However, there were also people who refuted. Were the people of the 2nd heavenly realm really so powerful? Yes, they were indeed very powerful. The 2nd heavenly realm was divided into 2 types of people. The first type was the native clans and sects of the 2nd heavenly realm. Think about it, they all had Saint Venerables and Saint Kings. Their inheritance and foundation was not something we could compare to. When these words were spoken, the others also agreed. After all, a small saint had appeared in their clan. Saint Venerables were more powerful than small saints, let alone Saint Kings. The second kind of people are geniuses who have stepped onto the ancient path of the starry sky. They're rushing from the 1st star realm to the 2nd star realm, just like you. Although they might not be able to show their talents immediately, they would definitely be able to make a name for themselves in the 2nd astral realm as long as they had the strength and talent to do so. For example, there is a person that you are very familiar with. He has already made a name for himself in the 2nd astral realm. Is it someone from our 1st astral realm? Many people asked. That person smiled. That's right, that was indeed the case.
Who was it?
The crowd was puzzled. Yen Nantian? Lin Wudi? This was a person whose name resounded throughout the 1st star realm. However, when they thought about it, it was impossible. The 2 of them had probably never been to the 2nd astral realm. Who was that? They were extremely puzzled. Di Ling. You should be familiar with this person.
What? Di Ling.
Everyone exclaimed. How could they not know this person? This was the first person on the Abyss rankings. Until now, he was still number one. That's right. Lin Wuyi was so powerful. Back then, he was only tied with him for first place. Moreover, Lin Wuyi was a latecomer. This Di Ling, who knew how many years he had cultivated earlier than him. Now that Lin Wuyi was already so powerful, that Di Ling was probably even more terrifying. Was he already so famous in the second astral realm? That's right. Di Ling was very famous. Previously, I told you about Yu Shijie. You should all know about her, right? In the second astral realm, it was rumored that among the younger generation, only Di Ling was worthy of Yu Shijie. Was he so powerful? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they were extremely excited. They must go to the second astral realm and make a name for themselves. After Lin Xian heard this, he was also surprised. Although he had never seen Di Ling before, he had always heard of his legend. Indeed, when he had just stepped onto the ancient path of the starry sky, the other party had already resounded throughout the star realm. At that time, the other party was ranked number 1 on the Abyss rankings. It could be said that Di Xing surpassed everything. He and Yan Nantian only started to make a name for themselves later on. And at that time, Di Ling had probably already left this place and went to the second astral realm. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. It seemed that in the second astral realm, he would be able to meet this legendary Di Ling for a while. Humph, what perfect match. It was just a bunch of nonsense. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded.
Who was it?
Everyone cried out in surprise. Could it be that someone else knew the news? The man on the Milky Way also frowned. He also sneered. Who was there to refute? Could it be that what I said was wrong? Everyone in the second astral realm knew about this matter. No, my ass. Di Ling was powerful. However, to want to get Yu Shijie just based on this, these words were said too early. Moreover, how many things could the crew on the Milky Way know? These are just some of the most basic rumors. This time, everyone finally heard clearly where this voice came from. They turned their heads and saw a man in a black robe sitting there, looking at them with a cold and arrogant face. Hearing this, the man on the Milky Way was provoked. He snorted coldly. You dare to question my words? He stood up, his body emitting a powerful aura. However, the man in the black robe sneered. I advise you not to fight with me. Otherwise, you will die a terrible death. There was a terrifying killing intent between heaven and earth that swept out. Moreover, the man on the Milky Way instantly retreated, his face pale. In that instant, he felt like he was about to die. The other party was very strong and could even kill him instantly. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. Instead, he muttered, "What bad luck." As he said that, he turned around and left as if he was running away. Hey, don't go. Tell me more about the second astral realm. The surrounding people shouted, but the other party seemed to be determined to leave. They had no choice. They sighed and looked to the other side. They discovered that, unknowingly, the man in the black robe had also disappeared. They were just getting excited from listening. They didn't expect him to stop talking. That's right, other than the Rain Clan and Di Ling. Who else were there? Forget it, let's not talk about the second astral realm. Let's talk about our first astral realm. Everyone, let's talk about how many people from our first astral realm can make a name for themselves in the second astral realm. Chapter 3565. It's hard to say. It depends on one's fate. But I feel that there are a few people and it shouldn't be a problem. For example, Lin Wuyi. With his strength and talent, if he went to the second star realm, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself. Maybe he would be like Di Ling and make a name for himself again. The pitiful 6 big sects went against Lin Wuyi and were forced to seal their mountains for 500 years. Otherwise, if the 6 big sects sent their geniuses there, they would have a high chance of rising up. That's right, that was a place that one had to pass through on the ancient path. It was a pity that they couldn't go there now. Talking about Lin Wudy, they had to talk about the 6 big sections. Everyone was discussing and Lin Xian listened by the side, his eyes shining. At this moment, another voice snorted. What Lin Wudy? Bullsh asterisk t. He just used some tricks. If it was a head-on battle, how could he defeat the 6 big sects? Not to mention the 6 big sects. Any expert from the 6 big sects would be able to destroy him. Fuck, who is this? How dare he say such things? The surrounding people gasped. They didn't expect that someone would dare to slander Lin Wudy and speak up for the 6 big sections. Was he courting death? Instantly, someone laughed coldly. Who was spouting nonsense there? Didn't he know that the 6 big sects had sealed their mountains? That's right, if the 6 big sects were so powerful, why would they be attacked and forced to seal their mountains? Speaking of which mountain valley did you come from? Don't tell me you don't even know about this? There were no more 6 big sects now. Damn it, you guys are spouting nonsense. Someone roared and stood up abruptly. A strong flame aura emanated from his body and engulfed the entire hall. Damn it, you dare to lay your hands on us? The others were enraged and turned their heads to look. They saw a pale man who looked like he was sick standing there. His eyes were burning, and the flames on his body kept jumping. He had a strong and terrifying aura. Those people also saw the pale man. Then they were puzzled. Who was this person? He looked unfamiliar. Someone immediately sneered. Do you dare to say that we're wrong? Who in the younger generation can compete with Lin Wudy? Lin Wudy was indeed strong, but he was not truly invincible. Moreover, he walked the path of the great emperor. It wasn't just the younger generation. He wanted to compete with everyone. Although he was strong now, it did not mean that he could survive forever. The pale-faced man's voice was ice-cold. From the looks of it, this person was unwilling to submit to Lin Wudy. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had noticed this person before, and he felt that the other party's aura was extraordinary. He didn't expect the other party to say such words at this moment. Hee, after saying so much, how is your own strength? Come out and fight if you have the ability. The dark red dragon jumped out. He would not allow anyone to speak ill of Lin Xian behind his back. You? The pale-faced man stared at the dark red divine dragon and sneered. You're no match for me. Let him come personally. As he said that, he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Wudy, you're already here. Hearing so many people talking about you, aren't you proud? I'll personally teach you how to pluck your head off later. I'll show these people that the legendary Lin Wudy is not that great after all. What? That person is Lin Wudy. Everyone was in an uproar, and they all turned to look at Lin Xian. There were legends of Lin Wudy in the universe, but not everyone had seen Lin Xian before. Hence, everyone was shocked when they heard the news. Lin Wudy was actually on the same boat as them, and he was sitting right beside them. Wasn't this too shocking? That's right, I'm the Lin Wudy you're talking about. Since he had been recognized, Lin Xian stood up and looked at the other party. Are you sure you want to fight me? That's right, not only am I going to fight you, I'm going to kill you personally. Today will be the day of your death. Terrifying flames appeared on the pale-faced man's body, shooting straight into the sky. The entire space was completely distorted. Everyone felt the destructive power and frantically retreated. A hint of shock appeared in their eyes. What a terrifying aura. What was going on with this person's power? They were really shocked. This person looked very young, but the great Tao of heaven and earth was unparalleled. It was beyond their understanding. Could it be that he was a third heaven sage? They sucked in a breath of cold air. In the first astral realm, there was a young person who had cultivated to the third heaven? It was too unbelievable. One had to know that there had been third heaven sages before, such as Lei Qianzheng, but that was someone from the second astral realm, or even someone from the sacred city. Now, there was a third heaven sage on the Milky Way, and he wanted to kill Lin Wudy. Lin Xian also frowned. What a terrifying law of heaven and earth. Why did the aura of the flames feel so familiar? But for a moment, He really couldn't remember who it was. But he still said, "Since you want to fight, then let's fight." Golden light appeared on his body as the 9-yang divine body bloomed, making him look like a god of war.
Buzz.
The pale-faced man didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and endless flames condensed into a vermilion bird. It quickly flew over and engulfed the entire world. Everyone was frightened and retreated. The sages were all pushed far away, their faces full of fear. Lin Xian's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Vermilion Bird Divine Fist. You're from the Vermilion Bird Palace. He finally understood what this familiar aura was. It was the aura of the Vermilion Bird's flames.
Buzz.
He quickly dodged, and at the same time, he raised his hand and slapped out a blue stone tablet. It was completely condensed from waves and directly suppressed the Vermilion Bird. Boom, boom, boom. The two roared, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The laws collided continuously. The Vermilion Bird roared at the sky and directly sent the blue wave stone tablet flying. Then, it looked down at Lin Xian from above. "What, Lin Wudi?
You're just SSO.
Today, you're going to die." How terrifying. It could actually break Lin Wudi's attack. The people in the distance were shocked. Even the dark red divine dragon and the northern devil were incomparably shocked. Who was this person? Kid, do you have a clue? Lin Xian shook his head. The Vermilion Bird Palace's people were very strong, and their laws were terrifying. They didn't seem like the younger generation. The most powerful of the younger generation was Yan Nantian, but he had already been killed by him. There was also the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun, who was simply not enough. But now, the young man in front of him had clearly surpassed the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun and even Yan Nantian. Not to mention that, even Lei Qianzhong probably couldn't compare to this person in front of him. Did the Vermilion Bird Palace really have such a powerful younger generation? If they did, how could they have fallen to such a state?
Kid, don't think about it.
You'll never guess who I am. Just obediently accept your death. As he spoke, the flames on that person's body were incomparable. They turned into 4 Vermilion Bird phantoms and circled again. The 4 Vermilion Birds stood in 4 different directions and locked down the space around Lin Xian, sealing the space around him. Chapter 3566. This was a terrifying ability that could burn everything in the world. A level 3 cultivator would definitely die inside, and it could even threaten a level 4 cultivator.
Boom.
Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. With a roar, sword chi surged, and the great destruction spear danced in the air, breaking through the void. However, the 4 Vermilion Bird phantoms locked onto him, as if they really wanted to burn him to ashes. Terrifying flames wrapped around his divine body, and for a moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian pushed his power, striking out with the 5 elements law. The terrifying sword of law, together with the great destruction spear, broke the 4 Vermilion Birds. Lin Xian charged out, extremely powerful. At this moment, the entire hall had collapsed, and the surrounding people had all left. Who dared to attack on the Milky Way? On the Milky Way, the law enforcement team quickly flew over. They came with a powerful array to suppress the situation. Although the Milky Way was huge, it couldn't withstand the crazy attacks of the Saints, so fighting was not allowed on the ship. Now that someone dared to break their rules, they would not hesitate to kill the person. I didn't want to attack, but someone wanted to kill me. Lin Xian stood in the void and said coldly. On the other side, the pale-faced man sneered. 2 balls of flames appeared in his eyes. Then, 81 balls of flames appeared. They twisted into an array in the air, directly wrapping him and Lin Xian. The next moment, the void was torn apart. The 2 of them disappeared without a trace. Damn it, what happened? The dark red dragon roared, and the northern demon's face turned cold. He stared at the people on the Milky Way. The law enforcement team frowned and snorted. It wasn't us. It was that pale-faced man. That should be a teleportation array. They had probably left the Milky Way. What? They left the Milky Way. The dark red dragon and the northern demon's faces turned ugly. The surrounding people were also shocked. They looked around and sure enough, someone exclaimed, "Look, outside." These saints' eyes flashed across the sky like lightning. They saw that outside the Milky Way in the chaotic star sea, there were two more figures. It was Lin Xian and the pale-faced man. At this moment, the two of them were already fighting, and monstrous waves were stirred up in all directions. "Damn it, stop!" The dark red dragon roared. The people on the Milky Way said coldly, "Stop the ship? What a joke." That was impossible. Since that kid had already left, there was no possibility of him coming back. The two of you should accept your fate. Don't look for trouble. Otherwise, we will directly teleport you out. Damn it, this emperor will fight it out with you. The dark red dragon roared, wanting to attack. However, he was stopped by the North Demon. Don't get too excited. Believe in Lin Xian. He will definitely be fine. We will wait for him here. He would definitely come back. Upon hearing this, the dark red divine dragon gradually calmed down. He began to set up an array formation in preparation to receive Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian was wrapped in 81 flames and brought out of the Milky Way, arriving outside the chaotic star sea. Damn it, you actually dared to bring me out. Don't you want to go to the Earth 2 star realm? Lin Xian asked coldly. The pale-faced man laughed maniacally. The second star realm? I have no interest in that. My target has always been you. The reason I boarded the Milky Way was to kill you. Damn kid, you actually dared to make me lose so many disciples. I will definitely not let you off. As his voice fell, the pale-faced man's aura erupted once again. He directly reached the fourth heaven, the Sage Realm. Terrifying fire laws swept through the world. A sea region of the chaotic star sea turned into a sea of fire. Fourth heaven, who exactly are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Kid, I will let you die with understanding. The pale-faced young man shouted coldly. His face began to change. He gradually grew older and finally turned into a middle-aged man's face. When he saw this face, Lin Xian was stunned. He was extremely familiar with this face. It's you, Vermilion Bird Palace Master. He really didn't expect that the other party was actually the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. But this was impossible. Wasn't the other party killed in Vermilion Bird Town? How could he still be alive? He did not doubt the power of the Holy Slayer formation. After that battle, he was sure that no one had survived. At this time, Black Mountain said telepathically, the Vermilion Bird Palace should have cultivated the Vermilion Bird super technique. The Vermilion Bird and the Phoenix are related, so they should have some rebirth techniques. The Palace Master of the Vermilion Bird Palace must have used this kind of rebirth technique to survive and preserve his life. If I remember correctly, he should have been a fifth heaven sage. Now that he has been reborn, his cultivation has dropped by 2 heavens. Now that he is at the 4th heaven, he should have activated a secret technique and can't maintain it for long. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. Then he sneered. I didn't expect you to have this kind of rebirth secret technique. If you had obediently returned, you might have been able to keep your life. But you don't know what's good for you and dare to kill me? You actually know. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master was stunned. He didn't know a rebirth technique. That day, he was killed by the Holy Slayer formation. Before he died, he activated a secret technique and turned into a Vermilion Bird Stone. In the end, he survived. Later, he broke out of the Vermilion Bird Stone, and his cultivation dropped by 2 heavens. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to recover without 1 or 2,000 years. This price could be said to be very painful. But in order to kill the other party, he couldn't care less. Now that he had used a secret technique to raise his cultivation to the 4th heaven, he didn't believe that the other party could still survive. Kid, without that formation, let's see what you have to fight me with. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master waved his hand and drew 9 vermilion bird divine feathers. They bloomed in the air. Each one was like a peerless divine sword, emitting a terrifying light. If you had continued to hide your identity, I might have let you live a little longer. But now that your identity has been exposed, I don't have any reason to let you live. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to keep you alive. I'll kill you today. Lin Xian didn't delay. He took out the Great Sage Pagoda. He didn't want to waste time with the other party because he still had to return to the Milky Way. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous it would be. After all, he had just seen the apocalyptic octopus appear a few days ago. If he encountered such an existence, there was no way he could escape. So, after taking out the Great Sage Pagoda, he opened the Great Sage Pagoda. The astral fire inside was mobilized by him. Do you really think that I don't have any tricks up my sleeve? Damn it, how can you still have that kind of flame? The Vermilion Bird Palace Master's expression changed instantly. The smugness and arrogance from before were all gone, replaced by fear. How could he forget that flame? Previously, it was this flame that was used in conjunction with a peerless formation to completely destroy the 6 major sections. But at that time, he guessed that the other party couldn't possibly have that kind of flame anymore. Chapter 3567. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Palace Master was very decisive. He controlled the 9 vermilion bird divine feathers and quickly escaped. Previously, his confidence in himself was based on his absolute cultivation and strength, but Lin Xian's trump card was beyond his expectations. He didn't dare to fight against the other party. You want to leave?
Can you?
Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a monstrous space fire flew out. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master screamed. The 9 vermilion bird divine feathers formed a sword formation to block, while his main body fled crazily.
Boom.
Lin Xian used the Kuan-Peng movement technique and quickly chased after the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. He attacked again, and the space fire wrapped around the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. Damn it, get lost. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master screamed. He stretched out his palms, and 2 vermilion birds roared. But they were still burned. He was burned miserably by the space fire. Damn brat, if you have the ability, don't use fire. Fight me one-on-one. He screamed crazily. Are you out of your mind? Why are you saying such things? Lin Xian sneered. The other party had lived for nearly 3,000 years, and he wanted to fight a person who was not even 100 years old? What a joke. He wouldn't be so stupid. Soon, the Vermilion Bird Palace Master couldn't resist at all and was completely burned to ashes by the space fire. This time, Lin Xian attacked again with a dragon-shaped sword chi, and the ashes of the Vermilion Bird Palace Master were shattered, making it impossible for the Vermilion Bird Palace Master to be reborn. After killing the Vermilion Bird Princess, Lin Xian returned and sealed the 9 vermilion bird divine feathers. Then, he turned into a light sword and quickly shuttled through the chaotic star sea. He had to return to the Milky Way as soon as possible. The Milky Way. Those people had already dispersed. They knew that even Lin Wudy wouldn't be able to survive after falling into the chaotic star sea. Many people sighed. Was Lin Wudy going to die like this? It was really surprising. The North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon were extremely anxious. Time passed slowly, and the Milky Way's speed was extremely fast. They were indeed not confident. But at this moment, they suddenly saw a stream of light flying over from afar. It's here, it's finally here. The Dark Red Dragon was overjoyed, and the Northern Devil heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone else also looked over. Heavens, he was actually still alive. How could he? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Had Lin Wudy already defeated his opponent? That was a saint of the 4th heaven. Not necessarily. It was possible that Lin Wudy had escaped. It was rumored that his movement technique was very powerful. Perhaps he could escape from the chaotic star seas. Only then could everyone accept this explanation. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying for a first celestial layer to kill a fourth celestial layer sage so easily in such a short time. They simply could not accept it. Damn it, hurry up and activate the formation. The North Demon roared because Lin Xian had already arrived beside the Milky Way. However, the Milky Way did not seem to have activated its array formation. The dark red Divine Dragon roared. Damn it, where's the law enforcement team? Don't play dead. A law enforcement team rushed over. Looking at the surrounding scene, their expressions were cold. They couldn't activate the formation for you. We're about to reach the death fog area. We can't take that risk.
What?
Fog of death. Everyone was shocked. That was rumored to be a place where even small saints couldn't survive. Thinking of this, their faces were filled with horror. At the same time, they looked at Lin Wudi, who was outside the formation. No matter how strong this Lin Wudi was, he couldn't escape from the death fog area. If he couldn't board the ship now, he would probably die. Damn it, since you know that there's a death fog in front of you, hurry up and activate the formation. The dark red Divine Dragon roared. They were angry. That was the extremely terrifying death fog area in the legends. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, they weren't confident in their hearts. Therefore, the two of them wanted to fight. The law enforcement team coldly snorted. Hee, you dare to fight with us? Do you believe that we won't chase you two out too? Many experts and saints appeared in the surroundings. Each of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Outside, Lin Xian saw the scene. Although he didn't know what the other party was talking about, he knew that there should be a conflict. It seemed that the other party was unwilling to activate the formation. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. He directly shot out a starry sky flame, instantly burning a hole in the formation in front of him. With a swoosh, he rushed in through the crack.
Boom.
The entire Milky Way let out a sharp roar. Everyone was alarmed. What happened? They were terrified. As for the law enforcement team, their expressions changed drastically. Not good, the formation was damaged. Their eyes were like rainbows as they looked into the distance. Lin Xian, who was outside the formation, had already entered, and there was a big crack in that place. Damn it, he actually destroyed the formation. How is this possible? These people were angry, but then they became terrified. Their formation was so powerful. However, the other party could actually break it in an instant. What kind of method was that? They didn't know. Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian had already arrived nearby. Kid, you're back. That's great. The dark red Divine Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. The North Demon said. He came at the right time. After a while, it was said that the death fog would appear. We wanted to fight with them just now. Death fog. Lin Xian was stunned. Then his face darkened. That was a close call.
He was almost killed by them.
He said it, but you still didn't repair it. Do you want everyone to be buried in the death fog? The law enforcement team's expressions changed drastically. At the same time, the elders and formation masters on the Milky Way came out one after another and began to repair the formation. Fortunately, it was only a crack, and the loss wasn't great. Moreover, the defensive formation against the death fog wasn't the one that Lin Xian destroyed, so there was no need to worry too much. Soon, the formation was repaired, and the seawater that poured in was all disposed of. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the law enforcement team surrounded Lin Xian. Damn it, you actually dared to destroy our formation. Do you really think we won't dare to punish you? Sorry, the situation is urgent. I heard that the death fog is in front, so I have to keep it a secret. So I used some tricks. I can pay the boarding fee again. Of course, if you insist on killing me, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to kill me. Since I can destroy your formation once, I can destroy it a second time. At that time, our Milky Way's formation will be completely destroyed, and it will be impossible to pass through the death fog. How dare you threaten us? The law enforcement team roared in anger. All right, this matter ends here. If you pay another 10,000 kilograms of divine crystals, We'll let bygones be bygones. However, if you dare to break the rules of the Milky Way again, we'll immediately expel you. The higher-ups of the Milky Way gave the order. The law enforcement team was unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Next, the storm finally subsided. Everyone was shocked by Linwoody's strength. He didn't even put the Milky Way in his eyes. He was really arrogant. Chapter 3568. Soon, everyone's gazes and thoughts were diverted by other things. That was the fog of death. They finally saw the legendary Forbidden Land of Death. Outside the surrounding array formation, there was another layer of hazy aura. That was the strongest defense formed by the wonton clay combined with the array formation. The fog of death. From this moment on, a trace of gray fog had appeared around them. The further they went, the thicker the gray fog. In the end, they could not see anything clearly. Everyone knew that this was the fog of death. Once they left the island, even a small saint would die instantly outside. There was nothing to see in the fog of death. Although they were separated by the array formation, everyone could feel the cold aura. The entire Milky Way seemed to have become silent. Everyone stopped making noise and stopped comprehending. They returned to their respective pavilions and waited silently. They waited for the Milky Way to leave the fog of death. However, the good times did not last long. 10 days later, the Milky Way suddenly shook violently. It was as if the ship was about to capsize. This scene frightened everyone, and they all walked out of the palace. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that they were attacked again? Could it be that a world-destroying monster was attacking them again? Some people guessed that because they had encountered the world-destroying octopus before, perhaps this time was similar. Impossible. They had already entered the fog of death. What kind of monster could travel through the fog of death? If there was such an existence, they would die without a doubt. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They were very frightened. Even the elders on the Milky Way were stunned. Damn it, what was going on? They controlled the array formation and looked in all directions. Suddenly, there was another violent tremor. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The Milky Way was almost overturned by someone. Boundless waves swept across, and the fog of death around them danced. This time, everyone could finally see it clearly. A beam of light that reached the sky fiercely slammed into their array formation. Attack. Someone was definitely attacking them. As for whether it was a human or a monster, they did not know. It's over. Damn it, how could this be? Screams rang out one after another. Lin Xian and the others also came out. Looking at the scene around them, their faces were incomparably solemn. On the other side, Yu Shijie and the others also had serious expressions. How could they encounter such a thing again? This trip was really not going well. First, it was the apocalyptic octopus. Now, it was this kind of attack. He really didn't know if he could reach there safely. Haha, Yu Shijie, do you think you can return safely? What a joke. A cold voice sounded in the surroundings. Yu Shijie's face changed. The guards around her looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Who was it? Come out. Oh no, it's targeting them. Yu Shijie's face was extremely pale. Damn it, was it the person who was tracking him? The other party was right beside them, but they couldn't find him at all. For a moment, they felt as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, the old saint of the third heaven roared, "Hurry up and contact the Milky Way so that they can leave as soon as possible." Soon, they contacted the elders of the Milky Way and asked them to speed up. However, the Milky Way's elder's expression was extremely ugly. He said, "Fairy Rain, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we can't move forward at all." He couldn't move forward. What was going on? Everyone look. The elder controlled the array formation and pointed. In front of them, in the fog of death, there were two huge black shadows. Upon closer inspection, they found that they were actually two islands. The two huge islands were like them. They were surrounded by arrays and emitted a terrifying light. Fog ship, it was actually a fog ship, and there were two of them. Yu Shijie and the others were extremely shocked. These two fog ships directly blocked their way. Damn it, which world's fog ship was this? Why were they blocking their way? The people of the Milky Way roared crazily. They could only turn around now. As they spoke, they began to control the Milky Way. The huge island slowly rotated and turned around. However, at this moment, a few more hums sounded, causing them to shake non-stop. Immediately after, a few more fog ships appeared around them, completely surrounding them. Outside, Lin Xian and the others stood on the island and saw the surrounding scene. When they saw that there were many similar fog ships around them, they were completely stunned. What was going on? They were being besieged. Impossible! Who would dare to attack the Milky Way? Behind the Milky Way was a sect from the second astral realm. Were they trying to become enemies with the second astral realm? Yes, the Milky Way had joined the Fog Alliance. All fog ships had to abide by the rules and help each other. Once they encountered an enemy, they would immediately join forces. Who would dare to go against such an alliance? Everyone screamed crazily. Basically, no one dared to attack the fog ships. But now they were actually being stopped. Look, what was that symbol? Someone exclaimed. They saw that the fog ships around them were getting closer and closer. Finally, they could see the scene on the other side clearly. The most eye-catching thing was that on the other side's island, there was a black flag. It was black and looked like a pagoda. And on that flag, there was a picture of a demon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. That was the people of the demon planet. The people on the Milky Way screamed. It was actually the demon planet. Demon planet. Yu Shijie and the others were also shocked. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. The surrounding people were puzzled. What kind of force was this demon planet? Could it make the Milky Way so afraid? The demon planet was also a world of stars, but it was a very special world. Originally, the demon planet was a place of exile. Some martial artists who were expelled from their sects and families were exiled to the demon planet. But gradually, it became a place where all kinds of bandits, murderers, ruthless people, and strong people gathered. Those notorious characters would all live here, and they had joined hands to create a fiend star. It was a sinful world. Inside, all kinds of killing and darkness coexisted. Ordinary people probably couldn't even survive a day there. Moreover, the demon planet often robbed other fog ships in the chaotic star ocean. I didn't expect to encounter it this time. What, it was actually such a thing. After everyone heard that, they understood. Robbery, wasn't this a bandit? It was just that they had never encountered such a powerful bandit before. It's over. What should we do? Run away? The people on the island discussed animatedly. Run my ass. Can you block the fog of death after you go out? But what if we don't run away? We can't beat these demons. There were whales. Boy, what should we do? The dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian also frowned. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. They would wait and see the reaction of the Milky Way first. Chapter 3569. People on the Milky Way, listen up. Give up resistance and let us go up. We might be able to give you a chance to live. If you dare to resist, we will kill you without mercy. We will sink you and let you all die in the fog of death. Damn it, this was really a group of demons. The people on the island felt their scalps go numb. The elders and law enforcement team of the Milky Way also rushed out crazily. They looked at the fog ships around them and roared crazily. Damn it! How dare you attack the Milky Way? Do you know the power behind the Milky Way? So what? To be honest, we didn't want to attack you. It's too troublesome. But unfortunately, your Milky Way is unlucky. It's carrying someone we want. Hand over that person obediently, and there might be room for negotiation.
Someone we want.
Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Could it be that the people from the Fiend planet were here to capture someone?
Who was it?
Who could make the Fiend planet mobilize so many people? Eushirchia, come out obediently and surrender, or continue to hide in the Milky Way and let these people die with you. A cold voice was heard, resounding in all directions. The people around were all stunned when they heard it.
What?
Eushirchia. They sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't know who Eushirchia was before, but at the last banquet, someone had personally explained some things to them about the second astral realm. Eushirchia was a little princess of the Rain clan. The Rain clan was a big family in the second astral realm. It could be said that Eushirchia's status far exceeded theirs. Was such a prodigy really on the Milky Way? With them? But how come they didn't know this? Who was Eushirchia? Really here on our side? Could the people from the Fiend planet have made a mistake? All kinds of rumors spread. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. Eushirchia? Rain Fairy? In an instant, he thought of the masked woman. He had felt that the masked woman's identity was not ordinary, and now this situation had occurred. He could immediately confirm that Rain Fairy was Eushirchia. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. It seemed that the other party was indeed targeted. She had a tracking necklace. It seemed that it was set up by the people from the Fiend planet. Sure enough, after Eushirchia's people heard this, their expressions became extremely ugly. Sis, what should we do? Everyone was at a loss. Eushirchia. Even the people on the Milky Way were at a loss. Eushirchia, she looked at the people on the Milky Way. She understood the Fiend star very well. It was really a group of fiends, so she must not fall into the hands of those people. The Elder of the Milky Way took a deep breath and controlled the array formation. On the Milky Way, an incomparable light bloomed and turned into a stream of light, wanting to break out of the siege. The surrounding islands emitted terrifying rays of light, forming pillars of light that directly bombarded the Milky Way. The Milky Way ship trembled violently. The array formation was directly torn apart. Even the ground on the island had countless cracks. On the island, everyone was in a mess. They opened their saint domains, their faces full of fear. The array was broken. In an instant, they felt a cold aura around them. It was the aura of the fog of death. They were so scared that they huddled together, not daring to move at all. If they fell into the chaotic star sea outside, they would definitely be killed by the fog of death. Not good. The faces of the elders on the Milky Way also became incomparably ugly. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. In an instant, their array had been destroyed by someone else. There was no other way. The difference was too great. The other party had come with at least 5 fog ships, and they only had 1 ship. How could they fight? Rain Fairy, we've tried our best. You'd better run. There's some chaos soil here. Eushirchia took the wonton soil to make the battle armor. Then she took a deep breath. Let's go. They walked out. At the same time, figures appeared on the surrounding fog ships. Their bodies were flickering with light. They were connected to the array formation. At this moment, they had passed through the crack and arrived on the Milky Way. They looked down like gods and demons. Everyone listen up. Don't move or resist. Otherwise, we'll completely sink you and let you die in the fog of death. If you cooperate obediently, we might give you a chance to live. Hearing this, the saints who wanted to resist fell silent.
They did not want to die.
Therefore, everyone stayed in place and did not move. At this moment, a few figures flew out from the Milky Way. It was Eushirchia. Humph, you're finally out. The surrounding experts on the Fiend planet looked forward and sneered. The others also turned their heads, wanting to see who the legendary Eushirchia was. Lin Xian and the others also turned their heads. In the next moment, they closed their eyes. Sure enough, their guess was right. It was the masked woman and her group. The masked woman and the others stood in the void and said coldly, "Fiend planet, you dare to capture me? Aren't you afraid of the Rain clan's revenge? Besides, I don't have any grudges with the Fiend planet." Grudges? We don't have any, but who told you to have a special bloodline? Our fiend child has taken a liking to you, so obediently come back with us and enjoy glory and wealth. The others would also be able to live. If you dare resist, I can guarantee that you will die miserably. Don't think about escaping. You can't escape. Damn it. Yushurchia's face was gloomy. As expected, these people were after her bloodline power. The surrounding guardians also had solemn expressions. Sis, let's prepare to break out of the encirclement. They knew that they could not fall into the hands of these demons. Otherwise, they would never be able to see the light of day. Therefore, in the next moment, these people let out low cries and rushed into the sky. Escaped? How was that possible? How could Yushurchia and the others escape? The surrounding people were stunned. Without the protection of the array, how could these people block the fog of death? However, in the next moment, they were stunned because they discovered that Yushurchia and the others did not die. Instead, they entered the fog of death and disappeared. What was going on? These people were stunned. Didn't they say that the fog of death was very terrifying? Humph. The fiend planet's people sneered. Armor made of chaotic earth. No wonder they dared to escape. However, can you escape? Chase them. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.